that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speaking of loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess. You know, this is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augusta. Let's go.
شوت ام 24
في همام للقوة للانتصار من زكريا.
كروس جيمنج وحش وحش وحش.
What's up, guys, and welcome to day number 3 in week number 1. Of course, assalamu alaikum to everyone, and well, we're happy to be here, right? Today is going to be a very, very exciting day, as you could already kind of tell from what we had in the title and the thumbnail as well. The competition is heating up, and we are quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through as we move into, well, our final 3 days for the first phase. So there's going to be a lot to play for here, as the teams will have the opportunity to not only push themselves up those leaderboards, but also still try to see who's going to be those top 10 teams making it over in towards the lovely Livik, right, once we get into day number 5. But of course, now over the previous past days, we've been looking at quite a bit of action happening and quite a bit unfolding between our competing teams, right? So for instance, we saw the players from Vision Esports as well as the players from Slime Machine actually securing their very first winner chicken dinners for the 2023 season, in which Vision got it over on Miramar, as of course the players coming through from Slime Machine did so on Erangel. Now, moving into today's stuff, this is where we are going to be changing things up a little bit, right? We are going to be starting off the day with a little bit of that Sanhok action, after which we move through into Erangel and Miramar to see what the teams can bring to the field. But especially looking at today's possibilities, right? There are a few teams, and we'll get into that a little bit later on, that are yet to find any points when it comes to the map of Sanhok, right? So over the previous 2 days of gameplay, we've not yet seen them secure any points. So today is going to be hopefully a bit of an opportunity to secure exactly that. But of course, as you know, right, as we are going to be moving through this, we are going to be taking a look at a few different storylines to see where the teams are going to find themselves, what that progression is, and of course, how they've been going about securing themselves points on the overall board. Speaking of which, right, it is time for us to start off with our first one here. It is going to be a look between the amazing consistency coming through from the side of Team Falcons. So on day number 1, they finished in 2nd place with regards to their total points for the day. Same thing happened on day number 2. Again, Falcons coming through with a very, very consistent push. As you can see, of course, the amount of damage that they were causing there, absolutely insane. Well, Falcons, day number 2, secured themselves a grand total of 46 points all the way back on day number 1. They picked up 39 points. So you got to give it to Falcons. They are showing that consistency, right? They're maintaining their eyes as well as that kind of momentum, right? Well, in maintaining their eyes on the prize. That's probably, I should probably finish my sentence. But either which way, I'm curious to see whether or not Falcons are going to be looking to push it further today, instead of just being within that top 2, maybe trying to be the top point earning team for the day. So there is going to be quite a few opportunities for that to be the case here. But of course, as we know, right, we are going to be waiting for that first match to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in. But of course, in the first match, Team Falcons, they are going to be playing, seeing that they are in Group E. So they'll have a double dose of Erangel, double dose of Miramar to try and make up for that. Let's see how the teams are, of course, they're going to be performing across that board. Speaking about the map of Sanhok itself, of course, we do have one particular team that is quite proficient when it comes to Sanhok, and we saw that happen just yesterday. Well, day number 2, right? Of course, it was the players coming through from R8-E-SPORTS. Unfortunately, again, today, starting it off, seeing that they're on Group E, they're not going to be here, but they will not have the chance to show their skills, right? To give it a little bit of that flex coming through once again. We do, however, have the players from GEEKAY that are essentially our second highest performing team to date on the previous 2 setups that we've seen. So they've got about a 50% chance of taking that winner chicken dinner. Another strong team that we saw also coming off the back of day number 2 was the players from R8, right? They were the highest point earners, really just locking down. Of course, looking at the day 1 stats that we got over on that left-hand side, right? Day number 1, they started off, or they rather ended off in 12th position overall for the day with regards to the overall earnings. But as they moved into the second day, they really kicked themselves into high gear, proceeding to absolutely just run away with 7,288 damage. Of course, 30 eliminations to accompany that. So a very strong representation coming through from the side of R8-E-SPORTS. And as I mentioned, they are our top performing team this current point in time on the map of Sanhok, unfortunately, we're not going to see any of those amazing skills being flexed. But of course, there will be more than ample opportunity as we progress rather through the rest of the day. Looking at R8's performances though on Erangel and Miramar itself to give us a bit of an idea of as what we could be expecting to come through from them. R8, so far they found themselves a grand total of 12 points on Erangel. And that of course now is across the 3 that we've seen so far. And then as we take a look moving through into the Miramars, R8 also sitting on a grand total of 20 points. Now, if you compare that with what we've seen come through from Falcons, Falcons are sitting with 61 points, the highest points so far for a particular team on the map of Miramar. So there is going to be a lot of room to bring in all these necessary adjustments and improvements. See the team really lock in that rhythm, that flow, and just continue to push the envelope. So really looking forward to seeing what R8 can bring in. If you guys agree with any of that, of course, let me know in the chat. We can see a few shout-outs coming in here for RTG. See one there for Vision. We got Twisted, as well as NIGMA Galaxy. So be sure to let me know in the chat who you are here to support. Give us much love as you can to your favorite team, right? Hit us up in the chat. You can also head over onto social media. So yeah, there's a lot of places where you can let us know what your thoughts are as to who's going to be the top performers of the day here. But of course, we've now taken a look at 2 of our teams. The first one was the players coming through from Falcons. The other was the squad there from R8. Now we get to take yet another bit of a look to see, you know, who's going to be the next team that we'll delving in a little bit deeper towards. Now, I've also mentioned that there's a few other points that I want to bring up. Now, I think one of the more interesting things to look at here today, also seeing that we're starting it off with Sanhok, we've got one team that, well, is quite proficient when it comes to a map like Miramar, but now, from what we've seen them do on Sanhok, they are yet to secure points, right? Now, with that, of course, I'm referring to the players coming through from the side of Brute Force, but we'll get into that a little bit more as we do take a look at the performances we've seen so far coming through from the players of Vision. Vision's performance on the lovely Sanhok itself, also, I mean, still, there's a lot of room for those improvements. They found themselves 6 eliminations, but this is their overall performance that we've seen across the previous 2 days, right? As you can see, Volt definitely being able to lock in a lot more damage, so they are slightly carrying the team with those with the average of 2 eliminations as well. Also, getting a bit of a nice retaliation coming in turn. As we saw last season, Vision also a very, very exciting team to watch as they make their way through. So I'm curious as to their full season performance to see what that is going to hold for us. As the teams will now, you know, get a great opportunity to do so much hard work out on that battlefield to show us what they can bring to the table. But of course, as we know, within that first phase of the previous season, things took a little bit of a different change here and there. Of course, the players there from Vision ended up in about a 13th place overall. So looking at what they've done so far in this phase, in this stage as well, this season, Vision definitely hunkering down quite a lot more. We have already seen them establishing themselves within that top 5. So I'm loving these improvements that we had coming in across the board. So we got a few supporters coming through here for NASR. There's Behoz coming in for Behoz. I guess that's probably how I'm supposed to say that. Coming through for NIGMA Galaxy. We got Javian coming through for NASR. Kenzie looking for an uproar coming through from the side there of NIGMA Galaxy. Javian saying they're happy to watch and learn more about the screens IGL for the team. That is awesome to have you here. Croops apparently in the chat also then saying watch the comeback today. So I love the messages coming in. Of course, you know, share your thoughts in the chat, let us know. It also keeps the engagement pretty good, and that way we can get more people in. So if you have anyone that you know that is going to be interested in watching PMPL, or even to someone that you know kind of needs to maybe learn something from these amazing players, share the link with them, right? So we can get them in and have them join the fun, join the action as these teams are going to be making their way through. So again, now we've taken a look at the players there from Vision. I'm curious to see who's going to be the next one that we could potentially be taking a bit of a glance at. Of course, quite a few strong contenders coming in across the board. And this is where I'm feeling sorry for the Arabian casters, because they have to try and choose, right? Who are they going to focus on? Because there's so much talent out on the battlefield it does make it quite challenging. And of course, just to put a little bit more emphasis on how challenging it is, let's take a look at our overall rankings. So Team Falcons, with that absolutely insane consistency that they've brought in those first 2 days, find themselves sitting at the very top of the leaderboard. Again, not a single winner in a chicken dinner that they've been able to claim so far, but based on the consistency they are showing, they don't really need chicken dinners. Right, that is just insane. Right, they don't need chicken dinners, but as we know, those winner chicken dinners are worth a bit of money as well. So there's always a lot to play for. But even just looking at the differences in scores, right, the gap that we have currently being on this leaderboard, the difference between that first and eighth place rather, is quite vast. But as we progress onto the second page, you can see the contention holds across the board as the teams are holding on to very even and balanced positions here. I mean, we've got 45 points at the top of the screen, 31 points at the bottom of the screen, so only 14-point difference. And that is, of course, just one good map. That is all it takes for a team, for instance, sat down in a position like 16th to catch up and move beyond, getting themselves situated much, much further up. Of course, another team that we want to see perform here is going to be the side of NEXX, right? Only 13 points over the previous 2 days. So we want to see a lot more click into place for them, right? Have those gears, have those strategies, all just falling into position. That is what we want to have. And of course, I'm pretty sure that is exactly what the players from NEXX are going to be working towards as well. Now, having taken a look at our overall standings, of course, that also then means that we are very, very close to jumping into our very first match. As I mentioned before, it is over towards the lovely Sanhok map itself. Of course, being game number 1. Today, we are going to be still waiting to see what Group E will be doing once they join us back in game number 2. So Group A, B, C, and D are going to be stepping and venturing out onto that battlefield. So yeah, we are going to be starting off Sanhok. Double dose of Erangel, of course, followed up by the double dose of Miramar. So there will be a lot of room for teams to really hunker down on consistency, seeing that we have those maps coming in back to back. And of course, speaking of which, here we go, taking a quick look at that as well. So whatever the teams might find lacking on the very first match, they can definitely look to double down and get it all back secured as they move into the next version of it. But of course, as we can see also then, in between the maps, we are also then going to be slotting out and rotating out the groups to make sure that everyone has the equal and fair opportunity to play across the selection of maps that we have. So the pressure is going to be on, right? Especially the players there from Group A. They are going to be playing the first 4 games, and they won't be making it into the final one. So the ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, NASR, and Vision really have to keep their eyes locked in on that aggression. So Sanhok is going to be a great starting point. I think also, taking a look at that Sanhok map, I mean, it's a great opportunity for the teams really to get a lot of those nerves out of the way, right? A little bit of that nervous energy, if there is any, because Sanhok is a map that really allows for a lot of that aggression to come through. So the teams will have a nice little bit of a TDM kind of style play here, right? Not exactly, but you know what I'm kind of leaning towards. But now, speaking about the map of Sanhok itself, of course, we are going to be venturing into that very soon. So if you have any indication as to what you think the flight path could be, where that first initial zone is going to be going, let me know. Hit us up in the chat. In the meanwhile, we are going to be waiting for that transition to get us right into the action. As, of course, Sanhok is going to be building up. Teams now will have to get themselves situated. We have been looking at a bit of a hot drop coming towards that hot team position, where we had the players from KR and W7. But fortunately for W7, they will be able to breathe a slight sigh of relief here today, seeing that they're in Group E, right? Again, so not having to really put too much stress on that. I guess to see if we are going to be maybe then having a few other hot drops in other potential angles coming through, as the teams will have their chance to get themselves situated. Now, we've also had a few of the different positionings coming through from the zone. We've had a nice central one. Before one of our rehosts, we also did see a lovely southwestern positioning coming in. So if you are looking to see any of those, hit us up. Let me take a quick look. Ooh, we actually have a prediction here coming through for Paradise End Zone. I mean, that is very, very specific and particular, but I love it. I love seeing that. We got a prediction there coming through for Pine None as well. But it does seem like we are going to be transitioning into the match as the plane is loading up. So make sure you've got your drink at the ready, a nice glass of water or something, whatever you fancy. Get your popcorn ready because we are going to be jumping in. In the meanwhile, Let's take a look-see as we are, of course, now just loading it up. Are we going to jump in? What's going to happen? I love the scenery, though. Sanhok, Sanhok. A lovely bit of boot camp. I mean, also quite surprising. We haven't seen any major hard drops. And I think I kind of appreciate that coming through from the teams, right? They've not really looked to get too aggressive, aside from a few of the altercations that we've had up towards that Hatin region, right? Other than that, no major scuffles rather coming through within the early stage of the game. But yeah, we are just looking to build up a little bit of that tension before we get right down into the game. So again, big predictions coming through here for the Painan Zone, Painan Circle coming in. Zone is going to Paradise Resort. Watch, says Javian. Who knows? There's a reason why I try not to make these predictions because it's tough. It is exceptionally tough. I wouldn't mind, though, if it was a beautiful, nice centered zone, allowing for a little bit of those engagements rather to come up in towards boot camp. If you remember back on day number 2, that is exactly what we had kind of happening, with a lot of that contention building up towards the boot camp hills. So I'm curious to see if that is going to be the situation right here yet again. But also now what's interesting is every time we visit Sanhok, we've got different teams loading into the lobby as it happens at different stages throughout the day. Now, with it being right here on day number, or match rather, number 1, again, different lineup of squads getting ready to venture out onto that battlefield. But here we go. So let's see what we have. Small island finish. Ooh, that could be an interesting one. I didn't see the new roster. No, I have not looked at that just yet. But of course, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are with regards to the map of Sanhok. If you've got any prediction as to who you think is going to be taking the winner chicken dinner, let me know, right? So statistically, for this season so far, yes, it's only 2 days. I know, it's amazing. We do have the players from GEEKAY that are going to be moving onto the battlefield, right? With the highest probability out of the other teams to have a successful run this time around. But as we know, looking at the statistics that we had coming through from the previous season, it was definitely R8 absolutely just running away with the overall performance. So there is a lot to look forward to. And of course, curious to see when R8 does step out onto that battlefield, exactly how it is all rather going to unfold for them. Aside from R8, RTG, also a very, very strong team. Well, that is back in the spring season. So let's see whether or not any of that is going to translate moving through into this season being the full split. Of course, as we know, RTG, also one of those teams yet to find a few points. They are in Group C, so we'll see them on the battlefield having to, just showcase a little bit of that flexy action. But RTG also setting the bar up. Day 1, good day for them. Day 2, not so much. Day 2, they dropped down a little bit. But again, that is kind of what we've come to expect, right? As the teams go through different rhythms, right? Trying to find what works for them and looking for a good way to execute those strategies. But I've been talking quite a bit now, and of course I'm not going to stop talking anytime soon because we are here for the entire day. But yes, we should hopefully be heading straight up in towards Sanhok. What else do we have in the chat? I did see quite a bit of movement coming through. But I hope everyone has been doing well so far. As I said before, welcome to the chat. If you're new here, hi. But in the meanwhile, speaking about being new here, let's get right into the action as we are going to be venturing towards the first match of the day. This is going to be Sanhok. Yeah, you can snake it until you make it. It's one of those games. Also, one of the other interesting things, if you don't know this just yet, flight path on the map of Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. But what matters more is where that first initial zone is going to be going and how these teams get themselves distributed. But of course, speaking about a potential play coming through with regards to that zone, we can see that flight path, of course, now just sitting a little bit more towards the centralized region here. As we are going to be waiting, it does seem like we might have had a little bit of a rehearse in the meanwhile. Either which way, it is what it is, or we might have one here, don't know, but we'll find out soon enough. Alright, so let's see. The teams now starting to get themselves dispersed, looking to push all over the place. So far, it does seem like Sanhok is behaving nice and proper. Gotta like that, though. Quest, GEEKAY, Brute Force, all now pushing up north. And yes, sure as Bob, we are gonna be looking at a rehost. It is what it is. Sanhok doing its thing. Nothing at all too surprising. As I mentioned back on day number 1, Sanhok is usually the map on which we see all of these little finicky bits coming through, right? So, I mean, it is what it is, right? This is also part of why we enjoy Sanhok being Sanhok, because it's a tough one, right? It's a tough one. But of course, now speaking of all of that, we are going to be getting ourselves ready to hop in on yet again, as they are now just ensuring that we've got everything set up nicely before we are going to be venturing forward. So let's just see whether or not there's going to be a break. Maybe there won't be, but either which way, still curious to hear what everyone's thinking. We got one coming through. Do I think IKURD can come back? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Let's look at IKURD's position. I mean, so okay, so they find themselves all the way in 11th. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. It's still early, right? It's not like we're in phase 3. We're in phase 1, day 3, game 1. It's about to come in. The opportunity is there for a team, for any team, in fact, to bring in the necessary adjustment improvements to get themselves catapulted and elevated up with regards to that leaderboard. Let me just move the stuff here so I can actually see more from what you guys are saying. Muhammad's saying I've got a nice shirt on. Thank you so much, right? You can play a small game of chess, right? A very small one. But yes. But welcome to the chat, everyone. Yes, defender. So there's my answer. I do think IKURD can come back. I mean, like I said, early days, so I don't think there's going to be a lot to... There's not much that you can fault them on just yet, right? Early stages. The teams are most likely just still trying to find the rhythm for the season. And we see that happen time and time again, that, you know, teams sometimes start just getting into a nice little bit of a play as we progress forward. Oh, but it seems like we are going to be taking a quick break. So, yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back with you guys in a short few moments. Until then, don't go anywhere.
ريزلت، حدثنا أكثر عن فريقك وروسترك الجديد، وأيضا عنك وعن نفسك. من وين أنت؟
هلا مرحبا، اسمي متعب وساكن بالرياض وعمري 24 وتيمي تريبل اي سبورت ومستحدث جديد، وإن شاء الله إن احنا نكون قد التحدي وقد ثقة الجمهور فينا إن شاء الله.
حدثنا أكثر عن طريقك في عالم الإي سبورت في ببجي موبايل وكيف وصلت لهم؟
طريقي بالإي سبورت يعني كبداية أي لاعب من الكلاسيك إلى الإي سبورت، يعني عبر البي ام سي او. أول مشاركة لي كانت ثم بعدها البي ام بي ال، وتدرجت في الإي سبورت من 5 سنين، وقطعت عن الإي سبورت فترة مشاغل الحياة، وراجع إن شاء الله وبقوة.
أكثر المهارات اللي بيمتلكها ريزلت تأثيراً وبتعطيه قوة وشيء مميز عن الآخرين، وأكيد هي من أسباب نجاح. حدثنا عنها.
اللي يخليني أكون متميز أو سبب نجاحي في اللعبة إني رايق يوم أكون داخل بالجيم، رايق وبدون أي فلسفة كسكيلز أو يعني ما فيني أي استعجال، وأتوقع برضو أن أي جيل.
في أي عام تم إطلاق لعبة ببجي موبايل؟
2018. It was 2008. أتوقع 2018 17 عندك.
أتوقع عام 2018 تم إطلاق اللعبة.
كم ثانية بالضبط استغرق مفعول السموك حتى تنتهي؟
30 ثانية. In 5 seconds. السعوداني
7 ثواني يستمر دخان السموك.
من هو الفريق صاحب لقب بطولة PMPL Arabia النسخة الأولى؟
فالكونز. النجمة جالكسي.
أتوقع نجمة جالكسي. PMPL النسخة الأولى أظن فراغ ماشين اللي هو الآن نجمة جالكسي.
سلاح الMK 47 لأي طراز بنتمي؟
DMR. It belongs to assault rifle. أستعمل دروب.
السولت رايفلز.
كم عدد المستويات الموجودة في PUBG موبايل من ناحية التصنيف وشنو التصنيف رقم 5؟
Golden. And Dynamite. مالسي أتوقع اسمه موس. Crown. Ice. Conquer. توبها. 5th tier. No, I can't.
سيلفر برونز سيلفر بلاتينيوم اتوقع عددها 6 البرونز السيلفر الجولد الدايموند الكراون والايس والكونكر. تصنيف الخمسة هو الايس.
السيارة راح تنفجر أسرع أمام الM4 16 من هاي السيارات. اختار واحدة.
Mirada. I would say Mirada. بفوز.
في حالة نوع المركبات أتوقع جيب الفيكندي هو أسرع مركبة تتفجر بسرعة.
بختبر قدراتك في الرياضيات. كم عدد النقاط اللي راح تتحصل عليها إذا احتليت المركز الثاني ب 18 إقصاء في مباراة PMPL؟
30. 24 points.
أول شيء أحلى السؤال إني أنا جدا أحب الرياضيات والإجابة هي 24 نقطة سوف أحصل عليها.
All right, well, so just gotta say though, I mean, they were asking some pretty challenging questions coming through there for the players. I mean, that was tough, right? Some of the questions really difficult to answer, but of course that adds to the excitement here. But of course now I did see a question come through asking what I think of NIGMA's performance in the first 2 days. NIGMA, they haven't really been going insanely crazy in the first 2 days, but that is kind of the way that they play, right? They come in a little bit more reserved, trying to get a good assessment as to what the opposing teams are doing, where the competition is going, and then a little bit later on, around about day 3, 4, 5, they really start popping off. But as you can hear, of course, now with the music going on, that means only one thing. It is time for us to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in as we jump right on in. Of course, now the plane already over towards that bootcamp side. So there is going to be a very centralized flight path. Now we wait to see what that zone is going to be bringing in and how it will deliver itself upon these teams. Do you know who's playing in yes, the names are there. You can see Ali, Aram, Malik, and Unknown. The names are there, unless you got another part to that question, Defender. But either which way, here we go. The team's getting themselves spread out because the players from NEXT dropping right down in towards None. So let's see who's going to be on the money when it comes to that zone prediction. As we got the players there from GEEKAY, of course, also taking that 2-2 split in and out of bootcamp. KR also with a 2-2 split towards that Northwestern Island ARB champions. Leaving Smoker up in trifecta. The rest of the crew heading way off into the distance. Ruins already starting to light up as we got Triple and NASR getting into a bit of an altercation. It is going to be a quarry center zone. Ooh. So that is going to be a very interesting one to start us off with. Quarry also usually a very sweaty play. And speaking about sweaty, NASR making Triple sweat absolute lead as they've already been taken out. I mean, what on earth just happened? NASR not wasting a single moment So getting right into the action here. So there was a prediction coming through for Bun. Yeah, Bun also, I mean, within the zone, not exactly center, but it is close enough. Speaking about close enough, though, Twisted also close enough to find themselves in elimination. Yeah, Defend, I don't know why AZ is not playing, hey? Maybe they just sitting it out for the first match. Who knows? Maybe they went to go wrestle, I don't know, something. It could be anything at this point, right? Your guess is as good as mine. So, yeah, let's see who's going to be stepping it up. So as I was mentioning before, I'm particularly going to be looking onto the side of Brute Force for this match, right? They've not yet been able to secure themselves any points on Sanhok. Yes, there's only been 2 Sanhoks, but that's fine, right? Maybe Sanhok number 3 could be right on the money for them. Again, in case you missed it, that is how we got to a very abrupt end for the side there of E-SPORTS. NASR got the jump, and down they went. ONYX Ravens also going to be looking for a little bit of a position to move up towards. As you can see, Lath now venturing all the way up towards Cave. So a little bit of a rhyme going there. It's just in time. But of course, as we look over towards the side of IKURD, they are just over to the eastern side of the ONYX Ravens. Now, ONYX Ravens, they were popping off quite a bit, especially on that first day. So let's see whether or not they are going to be able to maintain that consistency. Pick up that momentum yet again. Which team do I think will be first in PMPL? One of these 20 teams you can see on the screen. That's 100% accurate, right? I can guarantee it with 100% surety that it is going to be one of these 20 teams currently out on the battlefield. One of them is going to be the first team, right? The top team, the team to take the crown. Because, well, there's no other way, right? If it was another team, I'd really be super surprised. But in the meanwhile, let's see what the teams are going to bring through as GEEKAY now leave behind the lovely boot camp, heading further towards Quarry. But as we know, Twisted Minds already occupying the position within that area. Yeah, Defend, I mean, that's the kind of answer you get if you ask me tough questions, right? Phil, my prediction for this map, right? Easy, right? So the zone is going to close a few more times, maybe 8 more times, right? We're waiting for the first one, then after that is going to come 8 more. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be CONQUEROR and Twisted getting right down to business. J9 trying to see if they can maybe get a bit of a clutch jump here as Dammy goes down. It's now up to Crypto and Evo Station. Oh, but the DBS does its thing, and that is going to be our second team getting clapped out of here. Down they go. But back to the question. With regards to the prediction for this map, yes, the zone is going to close a few more times after this one, 8 more times. And then at the end, right, there's going to be one team, one particular team that is going to get that winner chicken dinner. Who it is, I have no idea. You got 14 rather, to choose from. It's definitely not going to be CONQUEROR, and it's definitely not going to be Triple, right? That is very safe to say at this point, but yes, that is what we are going to be going for. Let's see, what do you think about NIGMA's performance in the first 2 days? So Paulos, however I pronounce your name, as I said, right, they didn't have the craziest performance the first 2 days, but that is nothing. Oh, it's a go by, as that is kind of the strategy that they use. They take it nice, cool, calm, collected, especially at the beginning. And once we get to that day number 3 and beyond, that is where they usually start to pop off. Speaking about popping off, Brute Force have to pop off like it's no one's business. They are playing for their very first points. They've not yet had a single elimination even on any of our previous Sanhoks. But here we go. A lot of knocks have been delivered. No confirmation secured just yet. Pre-part though, super low on the health bar. 13, I'll try to make a run for it. There we go. The first 2 eliminations for Brute Force on the board on the map of Sanhok. I mean, they are just, you know, breaking records here today. Their own records. That is the personal best. Oh, but the shot coming through, that is going to be 8-0. Knocked down. 13 holding steady. Will the nade reach all the way in? Ooh, nice little bit of a jump throw. Is it going to make it? It's on the money. It's there. The spray is in. And that is 4 elims. The first squad wipe that Brute Force has got in this season right here on Sanhok. So glad we got to see that. But here we go. Still now left with 13 teams on the board. It's going to be ARB champions up against KONQUEROR squad. Vigas, Hassan, Bashikta all now getting ready to push on forward. But of course, ooh, a little bit of a sneaky peek around the corner. Does spell disaster for Smoker. Let's see, will KR now focus their efforts onto the remainder of ARB champions? Well, so far, they are just defending, looking for a little bit of that loot as Vigas needs to get themselves patched up. That's so just in the nick of time. But the ARB champions also can't really afford to expend too much time here, right? They have to get their butts back in zone because this is going to be a very costly engagement. And that seems like they make the call. Of course, still need to get across the bridge, rotate all the way over in towards that zone, seeing that it has now centered up in between Painan and Cave, right? So there's quite a bit of distance they are yet to cover. Let's see if they are going to be able to make that trip all the way through. Alright, so let's see what this one is going to bring in as we take a look at the side here of GEEKAY. We got Gaith and the rest moving around. Also in day number 2, we had Gaith and Lath getting into a little bit of a fight, right? I'm curious to see whether or not that is going to be the case here. Yet again, Kante, Quest. Well, Kante and the rest of Quest, rather. Easy Mon. Keeping it nice and easy, nice and steady. As Al-Hajj has unfortunately already been packed up. So let's see now, Mon getting just a bit of a lay of the land. Not looking to overextend it just yet. We got Twisted now holding on to a very center zone position. But NIGMA next also just towards that western end. Of course, Twisted, they got a nice bit of occupation here. Holding onto the compound. Could allow them quite a bit of leverage. Speaking about leverage though, Bridge Camp, ARB champions. Just playing a little bit of a hopscotch here as they try to get themselves closer and closer towards that zone. A little leapfrog play, right? Get a little bit further up ahead. Stop. Shoot. Move. Repeat. Copy. Rinse. Paste. Let's see now. ARB. Again, fortunately for them, this is only the second phase blue. So it's not going to be all too devastating. But the sooner they can get in zone, the better it will be for them. SKR also now down to only a 3-piece. Again, both teams still having sufficient numbers to make enough of an impact here. As you can see, Bashikta and the rest of the team from KR about to dip their toes back into the safety of the zone. Hassan still have quite a bit of distance to try and cover to get themselves nicely secured in with the rest of the crew. And Quest just doing a lot of searching, right? Trying to find as much information as they can at this point. I guess to see how Vision are going to be looking to rotate in as well. As you can see them just holding alongside the players there from IKURD. Again, the team's looking to play a little bit more reserved, not looking to dial up the aggression unnecessarily so. So there's a lot of opportunity, but of course Twisted now getting absolutely blessed with that beautiful centered up positioning. And the rest of the lobby now having to fight for a bit of contention here, for a bit of control. I definitely think that NIGMA are going to be pushing onto that hillside just alongside them. But first up, I think they're also going to be waiting to see what is going to come through from that western side, as I think they are anticipating quite a few rotations to come through. I mean, it'd be foolish to just give up those compounds. Of course, you can see those heads connecting up as well onto the side there of Vision and ARB on the opposite end. So 2 teams on either side of the map coming under fire. Some are being brought to their knees. Next, trying to lay waste to them. But fortunately, GEEKAY up on the hill. And this could definitely play quite a bit of an upset, especially to the side of Next. Oh, there we go. Next now can't pass on any opportunity to secure themselves points. As you know, coming into today, have a few points. We can see them up at the top of the screen. Only 13 to their name on the lovely Sanhok. They've only been able to secure 1 elimination so far. So let's see whether or not they can look to bring in those improvements. Definitely some great ideas. Let's see whether or not the execution of those strategies, of those plans, are going to be following through. So, Rishikesh coming through with a prediction saying that this is going to be a broody fruity chicken. I mean, that would be amazing for them. But we still have a long, long way to go. Brute Force, in fact, now going to be moving towards the northern edge of, well, the current zone. Nice bit of elevation to play from. They are going to be looking to leverage that right down onto the side here of NASR. But an interesting point here is that both teams just utilizing the tree cover that they have at their disposal. Again, really restricting those lines of sight. But the determination that comes through here from the side of Brute Force. They know that they really need to hunker down in this match. Because this is the only map that they've not yet found points in. So far, of course, as we can see, they've got those 4 elims, that beautiful squad wipe from before. But 4, I feel, is not enough, right? They have the capability of locking in so much more. But in the meanwhile, we look onto the teams as they are waiting for that zone closure to come through. Of course, Xenox and the rest of the team are going to be holding towards that western side. Rotating past by none. Ooh, they could be heading straight towards the players from next. RTG, though, are going to be losing a player. That is super unfortunate, but a beautiful shift down towards the southern side. If this proxy was here, she would be very happy to see that Cave is in the zone. ONYX Ravens, of course, already looking to get themselves situated, playing around the terrain. NASR losing a few more. Oh, beautiful jump coming through here from next as Dexter. That looks to apply the pressure, moving in, and that is the wipe as GEEKAY backs them up, ships them out, and that is it. 4 eliminations at least for the side there of NASR. First team to get sent back to the lobby with a few points in their hand. Now GEEKAY getting pressurized from both ends. We got Next and KR-E-SPORTS pushing in from the north and south. So GEEKAY really having to watch out for the sandwich. But of course, with Santa and that bag full of goodies, are going to be sending out the utility, finding Besiktas first. Now looking to get the confirmation. Vigors, Hassan. Going to be holding on the edge. Up comes a quick push, quick rotation. All the movement now starting to happen. But again, you got to watch out for Santa. Yep, there we have it. Slam dunk it is. As GEEKAY take down KR. Santa with a beautiful spray of that M4. I mean, you just can't beat that. Alright, so next, also now trying to pick up the pieces here. Again, that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. We've got about a minute or so left on the clock for this next zone closure to come through. GEEKAY still holding on to the elevation. So that could still play very much in their favor, especially onto the side of Next. But aside from Next, they could also find NIGMA. Well, at least Freak coming through from NIGMA. So we do have Lord and Rauf already securing that anchor point within the zone. Now comes the push. Othman are having a lot of options really to work with here. Tanking a little bit of that blue zone damage. But it's just going to be a matter of time until Rauf or Lord spots them out as they now just try to get themselves even closer. Quest also in the meanwhile feeling heavy pressure here. It's Twisted so accurate with those sprays. Mon with a slight sliver of life. Holding on. With that, the confirmation comes through for Next. Getting sent out in 10th place. Mon trying everything that they've got. Get that res up onto easy. All the smokes are getting deployed, but this of course now allows for the rest of Twisted Minds to just come creeping in on them. Ooh, a little bit of cheeky molly getting sent out. Crypto with a nice bit of suppressive positioning there. Brute Force hanging on the opposite end of that quarry region. But as we've seen, these teams not scared to take these range engagements, even on a map as small as Sanhok. Meanwhile, Twisted, beautiful nade, does find easy yet again. That re-knock coming through. But now Evo Station is going to try and close this one up. And bring this engagement to some conclusion. We do also then have Ragnar from GEEKAY. So you can see up on that mini-map on the approach. Oh, the third party could be there. Malik also now getting found as IKURD comes under fire down towards that southern edge. Oh, but here's the play. Mon is down. Easy. Oh, getting clapped, and that is it. Quest getting sent back empty-handed. Twisted, though, sitting up on a glorious 6 eliminations. Could be looking to make the next play onto Ragnar. But that's changeover coming through from side of Twisted. They were already fighting with Quest. Now, as they know that there's someone over towards this western side, keeping their heads on a swivel, just turning around so effortlessly. Good shift of the focus coming through on that one. But let's see now. Team's getting ready yet again for another play to make. Oh, freak! Towards that southern side is going to be finding the ONYX Ravens as they make their send up into the zone. A little bit of an uphill battle here for them. NIGMA now looking to capitalize on the elevation as the groups just lobbies a few of those nades in. Oh, R. And Saleh now having to defend, but again, NIGMA also experiencing a little bit of difficulty here. Not exactly the easiest position to hide in. A great consistency coming through. Krups, though, finds the spray. The nade is secured. But no confirmations getting locked in. Oh, NIGMA! Wow, GK rushing in on them. I mean, we saw in the first season, right? In the spring season, Sanhok, not necessarily the strongest map for the side there of NIGMA. Again, running into a few difficulties here, as you could see. So, yeah, no surprise on that front. In the meanwhile, ooh, accurate nade from Ado. Reducing Riva to almost no health. Of course, a quick push coming in. Just trying to clear up the surrounding area as well. Trying to pick up a few of those free eliminations. Down goes Saad. ONYX Ravens in a world of trouble. Riva just waiting now for Ado to finish up. Lath goes down. R is going to be the final contender. But Ado now needs to be super careful. I think they might be under the impression that they did get the confirmation. So Riva could definitely surprise them. With that, of course, ONYX Ravens getting backed up. Brute force. Going from no points on Sanhok to 13 eliminations. I mean, GEEKAY also just going absolutely insane. 11 eliminations to their name. So let's see how this one is going to unravel. Riva, I think, is going to be playing upset. This could be the strategy right there. Oh, but in the meanwhile, ARB champions will have to settle for 5th position. Brute Force now receiving a little bit from what they've been giving out. Oh, down goes Mur. Effortless play here from Evo Station. And that is going to be the end of Brute Force, though. 13 eliminations up and a 4th place finish. It's a glorious positioning there for them. I believe that is 4 points alongside the insane amount of eliminations. So at least 17 points coming through from them. Well done. Now, it's down to the final 3. RTG with 1 elim up, 1 player as well. Twisted, though, sitting on double digits. How far are they going to look to push this one? Will they be able to get themselves that winner chicken dinner? Based on what we've been seeing come through from Santa so far, I mean, it could be an upset, right? Santa could definitely get it done. In the meanwhile, RTG will get sent out with 1 elim. So now it is up to the final 2. Right, it is 11 eliminations versus 12. But Twisted, they do have the numbers advantage. Santa already finding 8 eliminations Holy goodness. That is just insane. But here we go now. Santa. Oh, going for number 9. But, well, they will get denied access as Twisted steps up, claims the chicken. Doing so with a phenomenal 12 elims across the board. Each player in the squad picking up 3 eliminations. So that is a fantastic, fantastic finish. Well done, well played though to the side of Twisted. I mean, loving the step up that they've brought into this match. Again, Twisted, they've also been showing a really good consistency. I mean, yes, they've not had the craziest first 2 days, but definitely looking at what they've now brought into this first match, I think today is going to be a very exciting day, especially for the side of a team like Twisted, right? A team that we know is also quite a bit of a menace, a team that is not really one to be messed with. Again, just reminding the opposition that they are, they are here. You gotta be careful. But what I also then appreciate is the fact that Brute Force, right, having gone from not finding themselves any points so far on Sanhok, come into the first match of today. Yes, they went out in 4th place, but they were able to secure themselves 13 eliminations. I mean, that is just insane, right? We had, in fact, I believe 3 teams securing themselves double-digit eliminations. So an absolutely phenomenal start to the day here. The teams just, I don't know where they find the momentum to play like this, but you got to commend that. Absolutely amazing to see. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the overall standings, or rather the match rankings first up, to see how many points all our respective teams were able to secure. And of course, speaking of which, here we go. It's going to be a glorious 22-pointer going over to the side there of Twisted. 18 points going over to the side of GEEKAY. And Brute Force securing themselves 17 points with those 13 eliminations. Absolutely crazy stuff. But of course, RTG, NIGMA having a bit of a trade-off here. Both teams coming in with 6 elims on either side. The one picking up 5 elims, the other one picking up 5 placement points. Speaking about 5, we got 4 teams taking a quick stop at the donut shop as they are not able to find themselves any points whatsoever. So that is going to be Conqueror, Triple, Sly, and also then the side of Quest. But what I am appreciating here is the fact that NEXX, they were able to secure a few points. Right? As I was saying before, they need to try and get those points. And well, that is exactly what they did. So great play for them over on the lovely Sanhok. Of course, this is how Twisted just, got a little bit McTwisted, right? As they moved up and just absolutely doubled down on their aggression. Without a doubt, the Sanhok, definitely one for the books. What was also quite interesting was the fact that Reva survived that nade. And, well, they just got patched up. I think, had Brute Force taken out Reva, maybe they would have made it beyond that 4th place finish. But, of course, at this point, it is just a woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? It went the way it went. So maybe in future, Brute Force would do maybe a little bit of a cleaner sweep, Maybe going for 14 elims instead of just 13. But either which way, still an absolutely phenomenal play. Oh, the accuracy, the sprays just on the money. Taking a quick look at that damage to elimination rate. Of course, it is very close between GEEKAY, Brute Force, and Twisted with regards to the amount of carnage. I mean, NIGMA finishing on a very even 1,000 points. That is impressive. But of course, the strongest conversion rate is going to go to the side there of GEEKAY, finding those 12 eliminations out of 1,400 damage. Ador is going to be stealing the show with the most elims, the most damage, 2 of which came through from utility. And then we got Raouf with the longest hit, 323. That is pretty impressive for Sanhok. And of course, 7.5 kilometers traveled for Xenox and the players coming through of NASR. So it's a very impressive statistics here on our very first game. But that was the hot and heated start to the day. Of course, we have still the rest to come through, right? We still have the Erangels, we still have the Miramars to come up next. So for match 2 and 3, well, it's Erangel time. So this is where we also then get to see the players from Group E step out for their first match of the day. Group D are going to be taking a break. So GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, and Triple. We won't be seeing them just yet. But for Group E, it is going to be the GANGSTERS, R8, FALCONS, as well as W7. W7 definitely yesterday on Miramar. playing a phenomenal game, securing their winner chicken dinner that we saw there, and that really did elevate them quite a bit with regards to those standings. Of course, now speaking about standings, here we go. This is post-map match 1. 85 points going to the side there of Falcons, 75 for GEEKAY, and 71 then coming through for the side of R8. So the only movement that we've really seen looking at these games so far, of course, is going to be that of GEEKAY now moving up 3 slots all the way in towards the 2nd position. Twisted also a beautiful leap, taking a 6th position jump. RTG also just inching 1 up from 6 up into 5th. So yeah, some good strong movements coming through. But of course, as we take a look at the 2nd page, we see Brute Force now taking also then a 6 slot jump all the way up into that 12th position. So this is what makes it so impressive is, you know, being in the early stage of the game, any of these points being secured does make quite a bit of noise, right? Speaking about noise, we also did see 48 points coming through there for the side of NIGMA and KR. So it's good to see, you know, teams really starting to even things out as they progress through. Again, this is only the first match of the day. We have 4 more left to go. So next up, as I said before, it is going to be Erangel. So if you guys have any potential predictions as to what you think rather could be happening in this game, let me know in the chat, right? I've got the chat up. I can see what it is that you guys are saying. Of course, be sure to share your thoughts, right? If you think there's one particular team that is going to be claiming that winner chicken dinner, let us know. Seeing that they are talking about predictions now over onto with the Arabic casters. So RTG, IKURD, and NASR, those were the predictions coming through. As we know, that's not how it happened. That is not how it happened. But a good attempt, and I think also maybe for that same exact reason is why I don't make predictions, right? Because, boy, it's tough. It is exceptionally tough. But yeah, big ups going out to the side there of Twisted, GEEKAY, and Brute Force. Phenomenal start to the day. Now, what we've seen in past come through from these teams, this could be just them kicking off, right? Really now getting ready, saying, you know, this is day number 3. We know what's at stake. We need to play. Look to see if we can get to the top of the leaderboard or find a very strong position on the standings for this very first phase. Because remember, right, the end of the phase is worth bonus points. And once we get into the finals, the teams will be moving in with the culminated bonus points that they've been able to secure across the board. Also, having the opportunity to venture up into Vikendi does allow the teams, or Livik rather, is it Livik or Vikendi? It's probably Vikendi. It allows them also then that extra opportunity to secure even more points. And again, that could advance them a little bit further up the standings. So again, there's so much to play for at this point. Let's see, you got a message coming through here. One more chicken and everything will be okay for Twisted. Yes, Moise, indeed, that could definitely be the play. I mean, a lot of movement, I think, is yet still to come through for today. I don't think, you know, the teams are going to be settling in just yet. But you got to give it up to Twisted. 6 slots in 1 jump. Same for Brute Force. And that just shows you the power of one amazing match, right? That is what it unlocks. That is what it grants and gives the teams. So there's so much to look forward to. But of course, if you guys have any predictions for flight path and zones, moving into Erangel, let me know. Do you think we are going to be looking at a centralized one? Do you think it is going to be leaning a little bit more to either of the sides? And also, out of the beautiful selection of teams that we have stepping in here, who do you think is going to be the one to claim that winner chicken dinner? Statistically speaking, on what we've seen so far from Erangel, IKURD, definitely the highest point earners so far with regards to the map of Erangel. But as we know, they are in Group D, so they're not going to have a chance to play. Aside from them, we do have the players from Quest that already found themselves a winner chicken dinner. They also sit with 22 points, which is the 2nd highest, right? Brute Force, exactly the same tally. So I'm curious to see out of those two if they are going to be making a run for their winner chicken dinner. Maybe it could be someone completely different. Of course, what do we have in the chat? We got a shout out coming through for Falcons. Falcons' performance on Erangel, I mean, yeah, they found 12 eliminations, the exact same as what we saw for Quest. But placement points has not really been working in Falcons' favor on Erangel just yet. Maybe that can change up here as well. So let's see how this one is going to go, though. We got about 30 seconds or so on the clock before we are going to be jumping into game number 2. So without any dilly-dally, let's get right down to business. Right, flight path going to be starting up at Stolba. If you can read upside down, that is what we've got right over there. And of course, it is heading right into the opposite end. You can see Quarry, again, if you tilt your head upside down on the opposite end there, it's moving past Katka, Quarry, everything down below. So a very rather centralized flight path, going from the northeast down to the southwest. I'm pretty sure the teams are quite happy with that, as it will allow them some pretty decent access to a lot of the major points of contention, right? Stolba, Severny, Mansion, Lipovka. They can reach up into George. They can go all the way to Ferry, Pier, Primorsk. I mean, even military base will still be within reach. Even Malta. So this is a very, very satisfying flight path. But of course, I think the main kicker is going to come through as to where that zone is going to be taking us. So a lot of melee zone shoutouts coming through on this one. And see if melee is going to be the place to be. As the zone is loading, getting ready to pop. A hop, skip, and a jump, and ooh, it's going up north, up into Severny though. I mean, brute force. This could very well be a very blessed zone for them. I mean, aside from the players there from brute force, we've got the ARB champions as well as Vision. All three of those teams being our most aggressive teams so far on Erangel, sitting with 15 eliminations across the board. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting one to see how the teams are going to be looking to play through it. Meanwhile, speaking about excitement, it is going to be NEX, X, and Falcons up here in Yasnaya Polyana. NEX hoping to cook up a bit of a storm. They've only found one elimination so far in the previous 3 that we've had. The 2 on day 1 and the 1 from day number 2. Today at least they get a double dose of Erangels. So let's see if NEXT can find a few more elims. I mean, they're definitely no short supply when it comes to placement points. But aside from that one elimination, they are sitting on 5 points in total on Erangel, right? So let's see. Falcons on the other hand, though, they've been able to find themselves 12 eliminations as well as 6 placement points. So Falcons definitely the more confident team, especially with regards to the altercations up in Yasnaya. But as we've seen, teams can still look to surprise us at any given point. So maybe this could be that opportunity for next. And also, I mean, Falcons, they are currently holding a 2-2 split with Salam and one of their teammates, who I can't really make the name out of just yet, and now rushing in for that fortification. Things are nice and quiet. Over on towards this western side, we've got R8 NASR as well as ONYX Ravens. ONYX Ravens, though, on the opposite end, right? All the way up in towards North George. So I don't see any probability of them maybe rotating south. Doesn't make sense, really. I think the teams are predominantly going to be looking to secure themselves towards that northern coastline or towards the coast following the river, as there is a beautiful compound just south of shooting range that the teams usually like to frequent. So we'll see who's going to be the first takers. And meanwhile, everyone's just going about their loot business. I mean, we do have a few moves coming through. Teams rotating closer towards the zone. Conqueror Iraq, for instance, being one of those. They started up in Quarry, now heading towards the zone. And I think a preemptive rotation like this could be really good for them, especially seeing that the rest of the teams have not yet started with rotations, right? They have the opportunity to get themselves positioned in anticipation of the rest of the lobby then moving up as well. So here we go. It's Conqueror now look to make their way, passing right through the side there of Quest. We had Kante towards the east, Easy and Mont towards the west. So fortunately for the side of Conqueror Iraq, it looks to be smooth sailing. Doesn't seem like anyone is going to be prioritizing Pachinki, at least not at this point. I mean, Pachinki doesn't really make all too much sense at this point. Maybe playing a little bit more towards school, towards Rozhok, or even the Rozhok Hills. That could be interesting. Also to the north there of Rozhok, just towards that waterway as well. The Gangsters coming along that western edge. They do have the players from W7 just up ahead of them. But if they follow the road, that is going to lead them up in towards South George. There, they're going to be running up into the side of R8. So maybe a little bit of a risky play. But again, they don't necessarily have this information, right? So they'll be finding it out as they move up. Let's see what's cooking. Al-Hajj, yep. Al-Hajj has spotted out Walid. Again, showing that trigger discipline, not looking to give up the position just yet. But it does seem like Walid is doing their due diligence. They might have spotted a bit of movement, just looking to see if they can see the rest of the quest squad. But fortunately for W7, it's only Al-Hajj holding here. We are yet to see Easy, Kante, and the rest all now also just looking for that fortification rather to come through. Alright, so SK Ton R8. Again, not an overly aggressive send. A lot of caution being practiced here. Trying to fish for potential setup to come through. Again, a nice little bit of a starting point. Again, I don't think this is going to be their final destination. Instead, no, SK Ton tries to reach over towards R. You got to watch out because this could now also call in the side of Saleh and the rest of the ONYX Ravens. But it doesn't look like they are too phased by this, if we're being honest right here. But as they continue on this current trajectory, it is going to lead them up into the Gangsters. Meanwhile, KR-E-SPORTS coming in behind the side here of NASR. I still want to see J7 and J9 fight it out. Hopefully it happens at some point in these next 15 days. Who knows? Could happen at any point. I just want to see that numbers game. Speaking of numbers games though, we are looking at a little bit of congestion also now coming through on both the west and the eastern side. Of course, the Gangsters and ONYX Ravens over here. And then over towards Stalbo, we've got the players from ARB Champions as well as Vision. So 2 points of interest as the teams are still looking for a viable position to rotate up in towards. But you can kind of understand the slight hesitancy coming through here from ONYX Ravens. Also, Erangel not yet proving to be all that fruitful for them, but especially now with the zone shift coming through, they do find themselves very well situated, close towards that center position. And I think now we are going to be looking at a bit of fighting coming in, especially between ONYX, R8, and potentially even the side there of NASR, as they are going to be just dashing for a compound. It does seem like NASR, they've already locked in on one as they move a little bit further south. KR could be opting for that exact same compound. KR finding themselves in a very similar position as to that of the players coming through from NASR. So this could be a very important altercation between both these teams, as both KR and NASR sit on only 9 points, all of which has come through from their eliminations. Again, not a single placement point between them. Up north, it is going to be the Broody Fruities and Vision. Vision, Brute Force, again, very even with regards to the aggression that they've been showing so far. Both teams sitting on those 15 eliminations I mentioned before. Ado now trying to do a little bit of parallel parking here. Well, that's not exactly parallel parking, but parking nonetheless. Good way to hide the vehicle. Not quite sure where they're planning on going with it, but we'll find out soon enough. ONYX Ravens and Quest. Maybe anticipating a bit of an engagement here. as you can see, are now just doing the scouting, trying to figure out where the potential threat could be coming from. Speaking about threats, though, it is going to be Ador and Saif. Oh, Brute Force looking to double down. So the first blood coming through. Brute Force being the team to claim that title. ARB also going to be looking to push in. But as we look over on towards this eastern side, it is going to be Slime Machine taking occupants of the fuel station. You got Twisted over towards the west, up on that hill. So a different, interesting position to play from. Meanwhile, ARB now venturing further and further up in towards Saverni. Brute Force, I like this kind of play that they're going for here. They got Ador and Mur left in the town. Prepod and Neos actually breaking off, moving a little bit further towards that western side. Looking to secure a bit of a fallback plan should things go wrong right here. But ARB, they only know of Brute Force at this point. Don't believe that they are aware of the Vision Squad positioning. And that is going to be the cue now for Mur and Ador to hop in their vehicle and look to get their butts out of Saverni, as they now fall back into the safety of the rest of the squad. Again, beautiful preemptive play coming through here from them. Now this now leaves ARB and the side of Vision to fight for possession of Saverni, as the zone does move a little bit more towards the eastern side, so it allows for those engagements really to brew and develop and, you know, create quite a bit of carnage. Down towards the southeast, things are also brewing, cooking up here. Or Evo Station could really look to play from that compound, as Crypto now is playing bait on the outside. Oh, Dammy though coming through with a bit of a response next. Try to see if they can ride this ridge. J9 though does get found by beautiful nade there from Damar. But here we go. Falcons now looking to double down as they get the jump in on Conqueror. Tiger, Reba holding nice and steady. Crazy's down on their knees. Tiger taking a big punch. Down goes the nade. And now it is up to Reba to defend, as it is going to be the Falcons. Oh, looking to send it in. But of course, that third-party play coming through from the side there of Freepod does at least halt that initial push. Oh, but the follow-up is there, and that is going to be it. Conqueror, Iraq getting backed up in 16th. The Gangsters playing the upset. Falcons now about to get encircled. They got Gangsters on the one side, Brute Force on the other. And then, of course, Vision also now starting to mobilize. This could maybe bring in a few things. Alright, so here we go. Gangsters looking to make the most out of what they've got. Next, also going to be looking to do exactly the same. But going up against the side of Twisted is going to prove to be quite challenging for them, as Twisted already secured the compound. Got quite a bit of leverage to work off of here, but now Sly hanging in the wing could also spell a little bit of disaster for that rotation coming through. Oh, yes, that is exactly what happens. It is absolute carnage. Next now, getting reduced down to only one as Nawaf holds steady. Oh, and that is it. Evo Station driving that final nail into the coffin. And that is going to be Next X getting backed up in 15th position. Down to the final 14 teams we go. Twisted now getting a little bit of taste of the eliminations on that one. Is that going to spark a bit of hunger in them? Are they going to now really look to dial up the aggression, similar to what they did over on Sanhok? Or are they going to be looking to play a little bit more of the long game here? Again, a lot of ground yet still for them to cover to get themselves secured up in towards the zone. As you can see, moving forward is going to be the players there from KR lying in wait. A few contenders could be rolling up alongside them as well. The teams now start to trickle up, playing for zone positioning. ONYX Ravens again with a preemptive play. Ooh, but instead it's going to be the Falcons just up ahead, secured already within shooting range. But things not necessarily looking all too hopeful here for the Falcons, because aside from the side of the ONYX Ravens, they hand over towards the southern side. They also still have the Gangsters and Brute Force moving in from that western edge. So here we go. Hey, buddy, coming through with a bit of a play. Got that DBS in hand, does back it up, and that is going to be the Brute Force squad out in 14th. Only 2 eliminations, quite a bit of a contrast to the performance that we saw over on Sanhok. But let's see what the Gangsters are going to be looking to bring in here. This is their first match of the day, looking to come in swinging. Same can be said here for the side of the Falcons. Falcons sitting on those 3 elims. Gangsters already up to 6, but only left with a 2-piece. So that is going to restrict their options. NASR now looking to get a bit of a jump here onto its W7. Ooh, but it's going to be General now in a bit of trouble. Getting pretty isolated as Yakuza gets picked on up. Down they go. And this is going to be the rush. You can see General just knowing what is on the approach. As they get ready, sends out the nade, but unfortunately doesn't find anything on its way down. Up comes the push. That is Starch with a slam dunk and job done. NASR up onto 3 eliminations. W7 unfortunately only having to settle for 1. Up comes Questar looking to crash the party. And this could be a great opportunity to get a quick finish onto the side of NASR. As utilities get sent out. Alhaji Kante Mon. Oh, there we go. Alhaji finds the first. Up goes the push. Down goes Starch. 1 more remains. Yep, and that is all she wrote. As Quest now just clears it up. Speaking about clearing it up, it is going to be Twisted rushing forward as well. NASR getting sent out with 3 elims up. Twisted now looking for a bit of a third-party opportunity. But they have to contend against the side here of R8 holding just on the edge. Okay, Esports not going to let an opportunity pass them by, as we can see them also just situated towards that eastern side. So a lot yet to come. Oh, as you can just hear and see those shots just lining up. Quest now having to defend as Twist comes in. Beautiful spray from Alhaji. S12K to the face of AZ. Third body play now coming through from Ragnar as Dammy gets pressured. The shot is in. Twisted in a world of trouble. Oh, down they go. It's now up to Evo Station and Crypto to lock it in. But up comes the spray here from Besiktas looking to capitalize. And it is Twisted caught in a very uncomfortable sandwich. Pressure from all directions. Quest also not backing down just yet. Beautiful nade does find the angle on towards Evo Station. Crypto could be following suit. Love the pressure play coming through from Quest. Now Mon looking to find an improved angle, but of course it is going to be up to the bathroom here. As you can see Crypto on in the open. The push comes through. Down goes Mon. Gante also taking quite a bit of a beating, but up goes Alhaji. DBS in hand. Oh, it's going to be Uzi to come through in retaliation. Again, those third body sprays coming through from all directions. S12K does not survive the onslaught of the Uzi M4 combo. Kante gonna try and reach in with a nade. One beautiful jump. One beautiful bounce. Could seal the fate here for Twisted. Alright, still holding off, not looking to pull into the engagement. But KR, they just can't resist. Are going to be keeping a very tight hold. You can see Besiktas just over towards the east there. On the edge of the ridge. So Crypto now needs to be super careful. I mean, they might secure the nade on towards Kante, but as they move too far, that is going to be the play from KR. Oh, and there we go. The nade is in. Evo Station secures it for Quest. Down they go. 3 elims. Having to settle for that 11th place. But Besiktas now Showing a lot of self-control, keeping nice and quiet. Waiting to see exactly what Twisted Minds are going to be doing, as Crypto might feel a little bit emboldened at this point. And that is exactly the angle that Besiktas needs. Oh, there we go. Yes, pulls up in the car. The sprays are in. Crypto is down. It now turns to Evo Station. R8 on the opposite end. So Twisted, they don't have any way out of this. They're getting absolutely pressured from both ends. You see Ragnarok waiting patiently on the edge there. Besiktas applying pressure from the other side. Ida backing up Ragnar, and this could be the play. Evo Station might evade the initial spray from the 1 point, but there we go. Besiktas on the money with the nade. The Gangsters now rushing forward on towards the ONYX Ravens. Again, looking to capitalize. But it does seem like the ONYX Ravens, they get the upper hand. R sends the nade out and seals the fate. 7 teams now remain. Still a wide spread coming in across the board. It's going to be Vision looking to play onto ARB champions. Ricard now just trying to ride out the smoke. Not looking to get caught out as they look for the opportunity onto the side here. Vision, Discrim, TP out in the open. Oh, great opportunistic play. Volt also now just going to be holding onto the edge. Looking to bring in some kind of retaliation. Maybe a bit of a defensive play. But it's going to be a pretty tough one, as we do see ARB champions now just letting it loose with the utility. They do find Volt, and it's now down to Discrim. Discrim now hugging onto this loot box. Oh, as best they can. Not going to be making any noise, but instead the vehicle does present itself. Beautiful quick reaction coming through from Discrim. 1 down, 2 more to go. It's going to be Qtel and Osama. Still posing quite a bit of a threat, but of course it is going to be the Slime Machine sneaking up behind them. Let's see if Osama is going to be able to clutch this one out. Just needs to find the one, but Qtel instead does get traded. Oh, the hit, the confirmation is there. ARB champions down to 2. The utility is out. Oh, Discrim can sense that coming. Instead, they look to apply the pressure. Osama super low on their health. The molly absolutely phenomenally placed, but Smoker does close it up. And that is the end of Discrim. Absolutely amazingly played by the ARB champions. Now, Osama still down on their knees, so Smoker not exactly out of the woods just yet, but Ragnarok also now getting absolutely obliterated as Ali pushes over with the vehicle. KR now trying to make the most over on towards this western edge. R8 rather, looking to hold it steady, but Ali pushes in. Oh, S12Ks, DBSs all over the place. Utilities, shotties, that is the name of the game. With that, we are down to our final 5 teams. Who's going to be the one to clutch it out though? KR already sitting on 8 eliminations, definitely holding on to a good lead. They've got all the numbers to their advantage as well. RTG. Very centered up in zone. Going to be looking to make a bit of a play on towards the ONYX Ravens. But again, not going to be looking to overextend it. Instead, looking to capitalize on a few of the hardcover positions they've got. Latho out in the open. Gotta watch out. Could easily get picked up from any position, especially now that KR-E-SPORTS are also moving in. You got Hassan and Besiktas already just perched and set up. See how they're going to be able to find Smoke off in the distance. Ooh, Smoker going for his prone position there. Might just have a slight bit of a reach position there. Not that easy to spot them. You can see the players though, just holding up as best they can. Slime Machine trying to make the most with the 3-piece they have left. ONYX Ravens also going to be doing exactly the same, but on opposite ends of the zone. Ooh, Attacker up towards the north. might meet a very abrupt end, as we do see that rotation now starting to come through. Or instead, that was Smoker getting taken on down. ARB champions out of time, but at least 4 eliminations up. Alright, so here we go now. It is going to be the push across the board. All our remaining teams having to take the plunge up in towards the zone. RTG, the only team really with a foothold at this point. I mean, KR kind of have it down towards that southern side as well. But KR are going to test the waters as they creep closer and closer onto the side there of the ONYX Ravens. Slime Machine seems to be looking very comfortable. 4 eliminations up. Fashe holding on to half the eliminations here for the squad. Ooh, ONYX Ravens really trying to find that more opportune approach to take. You got a sense that there might be someone ahead of them, right? Not exactly sure where, but they have a pretty good idea that there is going to be something in the grass. Oh, there we go. Late does find it, though. That is going to be Kalaga getting traded on up. The hits are there. Rio Groza now having to defend. And, of course, now this sparks that snowball effect. KR, or R rather, gets taken right on down as KR now pushes up from the hill. Hassan, Besikta, Vigors, all of them now going to be looking to jump into action. Oh, but Hassan goes down. ONYX Ravens late. Beautiful defensive play. 13 also not going to be feeling it. KR not going to be deterred, already sitting on those double digits. Laith Saad going to be looking to get at least a bit of a position locked down over on the west. Slime Machine, they have the entirety of the eastern half of zone under their control. And they could be looking to flex that just a little bit. But again, they're only a 3-piece. So it is going to prove to be quite challenging. Especially going up against the side here of KR. Not necessarily positioned in zone, but they do have the numbers advantage. They do have elevation that could be working in their favor here. Especially for a team like RTG. Ali could be a major threat at this point. So I think they could be relying, well, without knowing it, on 13 and Attacker coming through from Slime Machine over on towards that eastern side. Really help with the line of sight. Looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, opening the way for them. ONYX now coming through with a push. It is going to be Sa'an taking the first initial plunge, trying to lure them out, but it is going to be a 2-3 on 1. Oh, bit of suppressive fire there from Laith, but now Sa'ad having to carry, and unfortunately it's not going to come through. RTG gets the hit, but RTG then also loses Kalaga as Rio and Groza continue with their positioning. KR are going to be looking to leverage it as best they can. Ali also boldly rotating forward, and now it turns to Vigors, but of course you can see Rio trying to maybe just stay out of reach, but up comes the nade, and it's not going to be on the cards for them. Down to the final 2 we go. Slime Machine and KR. Oh, beautiful spray there from 13. One player standing between them and that winner with a chicken dinner, and down they go. Besikta getting traded. Slime Machine walking away victorious. Beautiful play. Glorious winner chicken dinner. And of course, with that, a very healthy dose of points. 6 eliminations coming off of the back of that winner chicken dinner. Very happy day for Slime Machine. This, of course, now being their second victory on Erangel. So that does prove to be quite fruitful for the side of Slime Machine. Phenomenal run coming in on their end. And of course, well, that also then makes them our strongest team when it comes to the Erangel map itself. But it's not going to stop there, right? This was only our first Erangel. We've got another one to come up right after this. So curious to see how it is going to go this time around, as we will be doubling down on the efforts. And of course, Sly are going to be playing the second Erangel as well, seeing that they are not in Group C, right? Group C are going to be sitting out on the next match. So amazing, amazing play coming through yet again. A very challenging position, right? Especially looking at that zone, that hill angle's just so difficult to hold. But of course, you got to give it up. I mean, it was very, very surprising how it all just kind of played out. KR doing a phenomenal job, and of course, this is just how phenomenal that job was. 13 eliminations. Sly Machine, though, picking up 6. Even with that winner chicken dinner, will not find themselves enough points to take pole position for this match. So well done to KR-E-SPORTS. Absolutely aggressive play that they've had so far. I mean, it's in vast contrast to what they brought in the first game. Only 2 elims. But as we move down, we do see NEXT and CONQUEROR Iraq, unfortunately, sent back empty-handed. They won't be having any points this time around. Of course, well, there's always the next one, right? So let's see if that is going to be the case. Of course, as we know, moving into match number 3, Group C are going to be sitting out, right? So Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG, and Twisted Minds. So Vision will also have yet another opportunity to try and apply as much pressure as they can. Oh man, but this was so exciting to see. Gonna love a few of those vehicle finishes as well. ONYX Ravens, I love how they are changing up the approach for this season. Definitely a healthy dose of aggression coming through from their end. I mean, looking at the ONYX Ravens that we had in the previous season, I mean, they were the 11th highest performing team on Erangel. Of course, that is after the entire league stage. So you can definitely see that they've done quite a bit of research, quite a bit of homework, and already looking at how they are just handling themselves moving through this season. Yes, I know we're only on the 3rd day, but still, right? You can already see that improvement coming through. But of course, you got to commend the aggression from KR-E-SPORTS, 2,353. Man, that is absolutely insane. It's crazy to see, and still managing to milk 13 eliminations out of that. Very, very impressive. Of course, the biggest conversion rate, the highest conversion rate, is going to go over to the Sly Machine Squad with those 6 eliminations out of 1,300 damage. So a very well done job to them. But of course, there's not going to be a lot of time between where we are right now and of course moving into our second match. What we are going to be taking a look at, though, is going to be those overall standings, with Team Falcons still holding on to pole position. As you can see them very well situated right then and there. But of course, well, we do have a little bit of movement coming through from the Sly Machine, just sneakily joining up on 75 points, taking a beautiful 5-position jump. KR-E-SPORTS also jumping up 4 slots, all the way up into 7th. ONYX Ravens also making a beautiful jump there, 3-slot jump up into 11th place. And then, of course, well, we've got the players from NASR also jumping up 1 up into 15th. Gangsters advancing further up. Now, exactly tied with Triple, right? As you can see, 31, 21, 10. I mean, that is pretty satisfying to look at, to see those numbers being exactly on par. It's not often that you see a tie like that, right? But absolutely phenomenal work so far that we've had. I mean, Team Falcons definitely leading with regards to the aggression, as we obviously saw this, sitting on a grand total of 59 elims to their name, followed by only the players from Twisted Minds on 51 points. So 8-point difference coming in between those teams. But on the other end, like Twisted, they're sitting all the way down in 8th place. So if Twisted add on a few more placement points, right, they are going to be right there up alongside the Falcons. So we'll find out soon whether or not that is going to be what the teams have in mind. But of course, as I mentioned before, we are going to be heading into our second Erangel for the day. So no rest for these teams, as they will just have to keep on pushing, right? But if you guys have any predictions as to what you think is going to be happening in this next one, let me know in the chats. Of course, do you think we are going to be looking at the same flight path? As you remember, the previous flight path that we had, leading a little bit more towards the north, but still going up from that northeastern side down to the southwest. Do you think it's going to keep on that trajectory, or will it change? While you think of an answer, we're going to be taking a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
جعفر، لكن جعفر قاعد يلعبها بالاعصاب، يضغطهم اكثر. وكريبتو يطلب الباك اب، هيرجع لك الباك اب، لاحظ الدمج على كوبس. الله يا كريبتو،
عنده رؤية على دامي. دامي بيستقبل اللعب الاول. دامي يا دامي يا دامي يا دامي يا دامي يا دامي يا مجنون يا في لو اتش بي. هنا مباشرة نلعب عالي عالي ايضا، عالي يمين عالي يسار، ضربك بعين يا علي. اللاعبين ورام يفكر بالانسحاب، يتقدم صعبة. تويستد 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 بهذه المباراة. جاك كريبتو يوسع، ولكن عارفين قلبك يوسع. الله عليك كريبتو، ولكن علي كريبتو 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 كريبتو.
ورجعنا.
Well, if you gotta say, it is so much fun listening to the Arabic commentators. I mean, maybe I should borrow a little bit of what Yusuf and them are doing, right? With the crypto side, right? Repeating the names, who knows? It sounds so much fun to listen to. It sounds like they're having an absolutely amazing time. Of course, we're having amazing time as well, right? We are prepping now for match number 3, heading right back into Erangel. We do have the players from Group D joining us back out on the battlefield yet again, so it is going to be GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA and Triple showing us what they've got and whether or not they are going to be bringing in any major upsets. Of course, as I mentioned, it is going to be Group C sitting it out, so Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG as well as Twisted. So yeah, let's see. Remember, after this, of course, it's time for Miramar. So a healthy dose of Erangel coming through, and of course, especially the players from I believe Group E. They are going to be quite happy about this because, yes, they missed out on Sanhok, but they get a double dose of Erangel and Miramar to play their way through. So Falcons, this is their opportunity to really shine. I mean, they've already been doing a lot of shining in the first 2 days. Currently, for the day, looking at their total points earned so far, Falcons are sitting... Where are the Falcons? Ooh, all the way in 14th, so they've only earned 3 points so far for the day. So, I mean, I don't know if that is something to worry about, but if they want to climb to the top, they need at least 23 points to be on par with Twisted Mind, because Twisted is the current team that is leading with regards to points for the day. Sitting on 26, we got KR coming on 21, Brute Force on 19, and then, of course, the players from GEEKAY on a lovely 16 points to their name. So, yeah, it is time for us to head down into Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing in for match number 3. Of course, drop your predictions for Flight Path, drop your predictions for Zone, and let's see who's going to be on the money, right? Will you get it? Or will you just pull a DK on yourself and just not give any prediction? In the meanwhile, let's hop in and see exactly what our teams are going to be doing here as we get ready to venture on down, venture on in. See, it's starting over at Malta. It's heading towards Ferry Pier, so it's a very southern flight path. So that is going to be quite one to work through. But of course, now let's see exactly how the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. Also waiting for that first phase. Is it going to be complementary to the flight path? Is it going to throw us a curveball and head all the way over to, well, somewhere random? Right, the answer to that is, well, it can do both. It can be a random curveball that is very complementary. I don't know what that looks like, but sure, right, we'll take it. It is what it is. In the meanwhile, it doesn't seem like we are necessarily going to be having any hot drops. IKURD next, keeping their position up towards that Mansion Lebovka region. ARB champions taking their position down towards that Sosnovka military island. So there could be quite a bit of brewing coming through on this one. Triple also taking a very interesting spread there with Dam, Bandar Result and Ahmad. The rather interesting spread, of course. That Zone. See, a complimentary curveball. This is what it looks like. Takes us right down onto Sosnovka. Wow, this is... Well, ARB champions, they are going to be smiling, but this Zone is going to be jam-packed with bridge camps and gatekeeps and upsets and, well, whatever else you can think of. Of course, now let's look onto the side here of NASR. Just on the edge of prison. We know that because the name's there. Let's see Will NEXT be able to get the jump here? Oh, they need the points. NASR though, effortless stray finds one. Oh, doesn't find the second, not just yet. Sanhok, beautiful trade on to Mexico. Down they go. Othman are going to be holding on the edge. Nawaf so far away, not really being able to lend a helping hand. I also don't think they've got any weapons just yet. Yes, down goes Othman. So a very unfortunate start here for the side of NEXT. Already down to 1 they go. And now it's going to be up to Nawaf to try and survive for the rest of this match. Meanwhile, oh, Kevin trying to defend as the gangsters get rushed. Hey, buddy, going for a stroll on the beach. Because, you know, when your team gets rushed, that is what one does. Right, when you get a hot dropped, you just go run on the beach. Hey, buddy, giving us a perfect example. I see, you can see even Walsh is there as well. You know, they're like, let's enjoy the scenery. Let's take it all in. Let's soak up a little bit of that sunlight before getting down to the sweaty business, right? Having to defend. What's also quite interesting to note about the players here from Gangsters is that Jafar is, well, really far away. Jafar all the way over on towards the military island. So there's only ocean currently separating that team with a 2-1 split. Quite a wide one. Meanwhile, Lord and Ricard about to get into a little bit of something here. QTAL also just on the opposing end. Oh, but they're starting to encircle Lord. Lord are trying to make a run for it. Does find Smoker, but yeah, not going to make it out as Ricard and the rest of ARB just rushes on through. Up comes freaking Coops. Are they going to look to make the push there? No, it seems like NIGMA, they're going to settle for what it is. Maybe look to set up a bit of a gatekeep a little bit earlier on, a little bit further up ahead. But again, not a given. As we look now over on towards the eastern bridge. There's going to be Triple and Slime Machine, but unfortunately, Bandar will need a bandage as they will get absolutely ripped open. And Mud also now just taking quite a bit of damage. You can see Dam just utilizing the hardcover presented by those buildings as Triple head further over towards that eastern side up in towards Novorepnoya. So Sly feeling pretty fly at this point. They got themselves the previous winner a chicken dinner. So, well, I mean, there's a high probability that they should look to replicate that, right? The Sly, they've already found 2 winner chicken dinners on Erangel. So let's see, will they make this their third? The pressure is going to be on. The heat is going to be there. Thank you, Thunder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so let's see now. Conquer Iraq. So starting to head a little bit closer towards the zone. Not necessarily fully committing to that just yet. Already quite a few teams positioned down on towards that southern island. We get Gangsters now starting, rather GEEKAY crossing that bridge. R8. Having a few of their players on dry land, the rest of the squad still having a bit of a swim on the boat. Doing that rotation to get themselves situated. SK-Ton and Ida on the front line. The rest of the crew, Ragnarok and Co. now out in the drink. Trying to find that more optimal approach to be taking at this point. But I also need to be quite careful at this stage, right? Because they have NIGMA ahead of them, sure. But they also have the Gangsters holding on opposite end. Oh, but Coops though with the setup. Beautiful alignment of that site. Good read on the positioning, but Ida coming through with a 686. Where's it going to go though? Is it going to be enough? Coops now receiving a few reinforcements. This could be a quick evac. Looking to extract NIGMA from the position here. R8 still just holding on with a 2-piece though. R8, I think they actually need to hold off. SK-Ton, don't risk it. There's no biscuit on the other end. All it is instead just the lobbies. You can see Prestige and Ragnarok yet to find their position here. Oh, beautiful spray though with that VSS, but up comes the push. SK Ton now trying to defend, gets the hit in. Freak! Getting brought to their knees. Down goes Coops as well. Alright, so I guess I have to swallow my words. Prestige and Ragnarok not necessarily going to be needed right now. Rauf, well, doing what one does when caught in a position like this. Trying to fly. Unfortunately, physics, it's a thing, so, you know, gravity will get the better of you. And meanwhile, Quest now also just going to come rolling on in. And this could be interesting because we got Prestige and Ragnarok positioned just up ahead. So let's see whether or not they are going to clash. As Quest, they've already said goodbye to Al-Hajj. And now they've got to make Al-Hajj proud. Oh, beautiful spray. Ragnarok trying to capitalize. The hits are there. M14, DP28, everything, including the Badger. I mean, the M14 just sounds so much meaner compared to the Badger with that suppressor on. But of course, who needs a mean weapon when you can just, you know, try and blow up a boat? Quest now going to have a very tough time because, well, not only does R8 know where they are, but they also have the Gangsters to the north and Slime Machine to the east. So speak about a knuckle sandwich, right? That is what they're going to have right there. So Quest better hope and pray that R8, Gangsters and Sly find each other along the way. Meanwhile, Conqueror Iraq with a beautiful rush that we saw just a few moments ago up towards that Ferry Pier region. But now, Conqueror still having to venture across that western bridge. Fortunately for them, all the other teams that could potentially set up a bit of a gatekeep have already ventured further up into the island. Interesting thing that I'm also noticing now is that Nawaf from Next is out there sipping on some blue juice. The predictions coming through. So we've got NIGMA, we've got Quest, we've got Vision. Well, that is definitely going to be an interesting prediction for this match. So let's see if that is going to hold true. Vision now heading over on towards the eastern side of the island. Slime Machine positioned up ahead. Falcons also now caught in between. Down goes Salam, never alone now. Having to try and survive. As Pablo is also getting traded. IKURD coming through with a bit of an opportunistic play there. But, you know, points are points at this stage. Volt trying to shoot onto Slime Machine, but gets the back tire instead. TP, Discrim, now on the front line. Will the utilities find their point as the Slime Machine squad are going to look to constrict? Up they come rushing on forward. Hey, up comes the spray. Attacker locks it in. Discrim. Oh, the vehicle coming in clutch just on the end. But Saif now trying to get the vehicle out of harm's way. Slime Machine slowly just lays waste to the rest of Vision. Styzex on the defensive line. While Fashe gets Attacker back on their feet. Saif now not having a lot of options. Can't really rotate any further on towards the western side. Got Sly, Triple, KR, Vision. Oh, well, they are in Vision. Falcons also in the mix. But as we look over on towards the western edge, it is going to be GEEKAY and R8 fighting for control of the compound. Again, an important compound, especially with its position towards that melee base. You can see just there on the edge. Also have Conqueror Iraq and 777 not too far away either, so make enough noise and that is going to draw them in. Prestige now trying to make a run for the Ragnar. Let's see if they can find any potential trades, but unfortunately not going to be on the cards, not just yet. Santa getting ready. Usually Santa comes in through the chimney, but this time opts for the door as they move on in, and that is GEEKAY locking in Elam number 4. R8 though. Gonna be down to a 2-piece. SK Ton and Prestige now having to lick their wounds as they rotate towards that melee base. Again, a very surprising open opportunity here for them. I mean, they could actually quite comfortably rotate up into the military base itself. But let's see, is that going to be the play that they'll be making at this point? Not quite sure what it is with the teams trying to rotate towards the eastern side. It's already so congested. Not a lot of space really to make much use of at this point. You can see triple, we got KR, just pick a team and they are most likely over towards the edge. Oh, W7 now feeling the heat as Reba lights it up, finds Yakuza. But fortunately not going to get that confirmation. Alright, here we go. Conqueror now getting ready for the push on towards W7. Oh, the vehicle doing a weird thing, but off it goes. Well, at least now with the vehicle out of the way, this opens it up for Conqueror Iraq, though, with W7 with a quick defensive angle, already bringing Yakuza back into contention here. Getting ready for the jump, but the nade is there. That's going to be it. W7 backing up Conqueror Iraq like it's nothing. Sly Machine now getting ready to flex onto NASR. Oh, the push is there. Are they going to be able to get the job secured, though? Because they're not spec now, just up on the ridge line. The rest of the squad a little bit further away. So 2 piece now remains for the side here of NASR. Comes the push. Spec now trying to find the trade onto 13, but it's going to be a DP28 just doing its thing. And Sly Machine left with 1 from NASR. Xenox now has to make a mad dash, but Fashe already on the move, rushing in, about to get the jump on towards Xenox. Let's see if that Molly will be able to do anything at this point. Fashe instead cooking up the nade, lets it loose, but it goes in the wrong direction. The spray is there, and down they go. Oh, Stizek now the last one left. How this all has now started to turn around for the side of Sly Machine. 13 managing to get themselves matched up. Xenox trying to make the most. Rushes further up into the blue zone and about to get sent out. Yep, down they go. Blue zone getting the upper hand. KR though, hanging in the wings. Sly Machine not exactly out of the woods just yet. Also quite a bit of carnage. Now just unraveling up towards that northern edge of the zone. KR down to Ali. But again, Ali caught in a very difficult position, tanking some blue zone damage. The spray is there as 13 secures it. KR getting sent back with 1 Elam though. Sly Machine already up onto 9. Triple also not going to try their hand at a little bit of that Sly Machine action. And see whether or not Dam and the result will be able to find anything at this point. Alright, so here we go. Doesn't seem like Sly Machine are going to be sticking around in that position for too much longer, as the zone also now has shifted a little bit further towards the eastern side, centering up beautifully on towards the Gangsters. Never Alone out in a little shack there. Ooh, is going to get spotted next. Also getting traded off. 12th place it is for them. IKURD following suit. But here we go. Ooh, this could be the end. This could be the end. Oh, they find it. There we go. That is going to be Never Alone. Also finding their way right back into the lobby to join the rest of the team. Falcons, though, finishing in 10th place. Also just outside of those placement points. ARB champions. Quite a formidable force when it comes to the side here of Erangel. Getting ready to get cooking as Emad feels the full brunt of their aggression. Now left with 9 teams on the board. How is this one gonna unfold? ARB taking their approach towards the zone. Again, trying to rely on as much of that hard cover as they can. Utilizing the ridges. Everything that they have at their disposal. So far, it's working out quite favorably for them. Emad not being able to get back on their feet just yet. Result is going to try and pull that res off. Ooh, impressive spray from QTEL. Fortunately, oh, there we go. It is hitting on target. as the rest of the ARB team has already taken that push towards the end, now setting up that beautiful gatekeep. And with that, of course, we also say goodbye to the players from R8 Esports. Meanwhile, things are really starting to heat up over on this eastern side. Slime Machine 13 now getting exposed. Down they go, result. Oh, about to tank the blue. Down they go. Yep, Styzex now the final one left for Slime Machine. But is that going to result into anything drastic for them, though? W7 getting sent out for eliminations. Locking in that 8th place. That means placement points for them. Ooh, down goes result. Very comfortable steal coming through from Sly. 10 elims up already, as they are only left with the solo. But the same happens on the side of Vision and Triple. Both teams also then sitting on 1. But Vision and Triple, they only have 1 elim. GEEKAY is still going to be rocking a full squad. One of only 2 teams to hold on to these strong numbers. I definitely think ARB champions are going to be the team to watch. I mean, yes, sure, they've not yet had a winner chicken dinner, but they've been showing some pretty strong consistency when it comes to Erangel. Alright, the attempts are made. Unfortunately, not finding any success, not just yet. So ARB, GEEKAY, getting ready for a bit of a face-off. As you can see, Santa out in the open. Not exactly the open, but, I mean, still an open position for Ricard at least. Here comes GEEKAY trying to lock down at least this western edge. I mean, Quest, they've got the full southern side under their control. Nice little bit of a push coming through there from Ragnar. Gangsters also holding on to center zone. They got one of the only compounds left within the zone. This could spell a little bit of trouble now for the side here of Slime Machine. As you can see, Styzex now just trying to hide alongside that vehicle, but the shots continue to just follow through. Gotta get those feet out of the way. Solo there from Vision and Triple also going to be holding on that far eastern edge. But as we've seen in past matches, Solo's still in a position to make quite a bit of a play, especially moving into those later stages. But with these numbers that they have to go up against, it's not going to be an easy feat. As we can see, Styzex absolutely bombarded with lead. Quest trying to lock in that elim, looking to find number 3. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Styzex is going to allow the one to come through just yet. Saif also very, very treacherous position here on the edge. Saif now can't really move, but the good thing is at least they have a position within the zone, so they can hold on a little while longer. Meanwhile, GEEKAY getting ready for a bit of a push further in towards the zone. He's seen a bit of an opportunity up north. You can see Santa getting ready to move through. Gaith now just trying to, well, provide a bit of that cover fire for Santa to make the play. But the zone shifting up favorably for the Gangsters. But looking at the Gangsters' position, this is a great opportunity now for GEEKAY to make a push for the compound. Same can be said potentially for the ARB champions, as they have that hardcover advantage to try and capitalize on to get themselves positioned. Dam also keeping it nice and quiet up towards that northeastern edge. Not going to be looking to make too much noise, as they know what is at stake here. But up comes the push. ARB champions now going to be taking the plunge, heading towards the zone. KR not being able to replicate the efforts that they brought in that previous match. Same can be said, though, for the side of Slime Machine, right? They only have one player left. At least they have a buckload more of elims. The first Erangel, they only walked away with 6. And, of course, that winner chicken dinner. This time, they are sitting with 10. But not quite sure if they are going to be able to pull through. I mean, solo going up against 15 other players. It is going to be a pretty tall order. Meanwhile, Santa trying to find Kante. Got to watch out for them headshots. Oh, Kante running back into safety and just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Slime Machine will get packed up in 6th place. There we go, valiant effort. Alright, so Ragnar experiencing a little bit of difficulty as they look to push forward. Of course, still quite a bit of ground for Ragnar to cover. The only one still holding outside the zone, but fortunately it does seem like Hope is going to come in for that quick pickup. Oh, easy getting spotted. Nice trade from Santa. One down, a few more to go. Speaking about alleviating pressure plays, that is exactly what we saw Santa doing on that one. And this now opens up the opportunity for GEEKAY to advance a little bit further towards the zone. Maybe look for a bit of a position up in that hard cover. Oh, Jafar though is going to be pushing in on Osama. The nades are there. The utilities are in. 7 though already for the side of the ARB champions. Quest just going to be sitting quite comfortably on that southern edge. Not going to be flinching just yet. Letting the rest of the teams instead settle their differences. This compound is going to be a very difficult one to breach. GEEKAY is still looking to see what this next zone shift is going to be bringing in. Will it be forcing their hand? Not exactly. They can still kind of hold on to where they find themselves. But we do need to see Hope. And the Ragnar maybe just pull in a little bit closer. Get that fortification sorted. And of course they do have a nice little bit of a ridge line to play with. Quest can also still play a major upset at this point. Having to move all the way from that far southern edge. But as we can see, GEEKAY rather, keeping a very, very close eye on that position. Fortunately for Quest, if not yet been spotted out. Damn, they're from Triple. Also, as you can see, up towards the north. Actually has a great opportunity here to inch their way just onto the edge of that zone. Right in behind the gangsters here. I mean, Dam could still play upset. Day 1, we did see Dam pull off a beautiful 1-3 clutch. And that is exactly what they have with the gangsters just up ahead of them. But here we go. Gangsters looking to push in on ARB. Ooh, it's about to go down. A very calculated play coming through from the side here of the gangsters. They don't want to just blindly push into the compound. Instead, they want to try and close it up. Do their due diligence. Make it as easy for themselves as they possibly can. But they need to act quick before the players there from GEEKAY start moving in. That's going to add so much pressure. Speaking of which, Santa already getting spotted. Down they go. ARB now starting to do a few things. But up comes the push. Walsh getting ready. Just looking to get that res in. Oh, hey buddy. Beautiful distraction. Locks in the first one. Osama now getting ready for a bit of retaliation. Smoker is down. Ricard Osama now having to heavily defend the position here. Hey buddy coming through with a trade. Ragnar locking in that confirmation. GEEKAY now looking to capitalize here. Gangsters doing so much work. A smoker also then falls. Osama trying to get that res in, but GEEKAY could play the upset. Quest still keeping it very quiet on that southern edge, but you can see them making a push towards Zone. Hope keeping a very close eye on them. But here we go, the nades are coming out. Ragnar looking to send it in. Hey, buddy, feels that nade coming. Getting just out of harm's way. Damn, also still just moving in, still alive. Could be looking to play upset at this point, hiding behind that vehicle. Blue zone is going to be moving in. Damn is not going to make it. Ooh, very low on health. Oh, and down they go. Osama finds them. All right, so Gangsters down to 1. A buddy holding steady in the container. But again, the blue zone forces their hand. They have to reposition instead. They get found by Gaith. And that is going to be the end of the road. Only 3 eliminations up. GEEKAY still in the mix. Sitting on 9 elims. 1 behind the ARB champions. Oh, beautiful positional play as GEEKAY now jump up to 11. Locking in is even more carnage. But now it is going to be the final play here between Quest and, of course, the side of GEEKAY. A 2v2, never mind you, it is going to be the end. As Quest walk away victorious. Getting that winner chicken dinner. Beautiful finish on their end. Of course, that blue zone helping out quite a bit with the damage. But a phenomenal finish though. Quest reigning absolutely supreme. That of course being their second winner chicken dinner on Erangel. So what a play it was. Absolutely fantastic of course with that. They are now up onto 39 total points. 19 of which has come through with regards to eliminations. And they are the second highest team with regards to placement points. Well, at least on Erangel, right? So well done, well played to the side of the lovely Quest team, getting themselves another victorious winner chicken dinner. So at this point, it is a little bit of a back and forth as to, you know, the top performers on the map of Erangel. But that is the beauty of it, right? The teams having ample opportunity to bring in those needed improvements and, of course, bring in those upsets. But now with that, Erangel is done, right? We can tick it off. Next up, we have our 2 Miramars yet to move into. But of course, before we get anywhere close to that, we are going to be taking a look at our match rankings, and of course, then followed by a few other stats, as well as the damage graphs, and of course, to see how that all impacts our overall positioning within the overall rankings. So we should be heading right into that momentarily. But again, got to give it up, right, to Quest. Just keeping it nice and quiet. And I was quite interested to see actually as to how they were going to be playing this one, because they weren't making too much noise moving up from that southern edge. Just slowly encroaching on the zone, trying to pop off a few shots every now and again when they could. Of course, you could see that by the amount of eliminations that they were able to find. Only, of course, then walking away with 4 eliminations to their name. So not the heaviest hand being played here by Quest. But definitely strategically wise, a very, very phenomenal performance from their end. Of course, you got to give it up to the ARB champions as well as GEEKAY. Both teams also hitting those double digits with regards to elims. You can say exactly the same about the players there from Sly. But of course, now let's look and see what that all amounts to, as it is going to be 17 points for the side here of GEEKAY-E-SPORTS, 15 coming through for ARB, 12 for Sly. And of course, Quest, even with that winner chicken dinner, they will have to settle for 3rd place, walking away with 14 points in total. NASR then also only picking up 5 points, all of which came through from eliminations. So again, very, very surprising position to find them in. But as we are getting ready to venture on towards that second page, we'll see a little bit of that continuing on, as we do have 4 other teams also just getting points based on those eliminations. And of course, there's also then a few that got sent back to the donut shop. Right, but we'll be venturing up into that momentarily to see exactly what it is. Loving the support coming through for the side here of the Slime Machine, as Raim and Misaki all coming through with the support there for the Slime Machine. So well done to them. Of course, Falcons, NEXT, and NIGMA, unfortunately, not going to be finding themselves any points. But of course, let's take a look at a few of the amazing plays we had coming off the back of this last match. The final Erangel for the day. Very challenging play indeed. But you got to give it up to Slime Machine. I mean, they were being quite a menace for quite some time until, of course, that hit came into Styzex, ending it right there for them. Santa, again, beautiful accuracy. Hey, buddy, with a beautiful upset there as well. Oh, this looks so fantastic. And then GEEKAY had to do what GEEKAY did, bring in the upset, the nades, the utility, everything flying in. It was also quite surprising not to see Dam really jumping at the opportunity to find the side there of the gangsters. I mean, there was a big chance for that to come through, but essentially, well, Blue Zone got the better of the side of GEEKAY there. Was at least they still walk away with 2,348 damage. 11 eliminations getting converted out of that. And of course, if we look onto the side of Sly and ARB, both teams walking away with those 10 elims, but Sly coming through with a slightly stronger conversion rate, getting those 10 elims out of only 1,542 damage. ARB definitely super heavy hand with regards to that damage as well. But of course, Gangsters also doing quite a bit of shooting, only finding 3 elims. So it has been pretty tough out on the battlefield. As you can see, the team's doing a lot of work. Some of them having a little bit more success than others, but I guess that is kind of just what it is at the end of the day. Right, now, moving into our final 2 matches of the day, we are going to be heading into Miramar, so it's going to be our final map. But as we know, for the next match, as we move in, we are going to be having the players from Group B sitting this one out, so that is going to be IKURD-E-SPORTS, NEXT X, as well as Quest, and of course the players from Slime Machine. But match 4 also means the last match coming through for Group A. So ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, NASR, as well as Vision. Right now, as we know, previously we did see Vision having a phenomenal run, securing their very first winner chicken dinner on Miramar for 2023. But of course, we also had a very strong performance coming through from the side of the ARB champions, right? Just look at Q-Tail's amount of damage there. I mean, insane, right? That is just absolutely insane to see. Now, if we quickly tally up the total points there, I think that is their performance across the board for this entire season so far. Yes, it's only 3 days long. Let's take a look at it. That is how many? That is, well, that's quite a few. That's 30 is 46. Yes, they do have 46 eliminations in total. So it all adds up. So that is the kind of damage that we're looking at just in, well, the past 2 and call it a half days, as we are getting ready for the final 2 matches of the day. But yes, moving into Miramar, I think there's quite a bit to look forward to from who we have stepping into that. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the overall standings, as we now have a new champion, or not champion, but a new team. Sitting at the top of the leaderboard is going to be GEEKAY with a beautiful 2-slot jump up into first place. As we look on towards that second page, not a lot of changes have really occurred on the side, right? Yes, we have IKURD-E-SPORTS and Twisted joining us on the second page, but of course we also then see the Gangsters now taking the jump up into 17th. So I gotta appreciate all the hard work that these teams are doing. Of course, NEXT X slowly starting to build up that momentum, but we want to see a little bit more of that momentum now come to fruition as we progress into the final few matches of the day. So NEXT X, of course, still has, well, 1 map to go. They are not going to be playing this next one, but they will be playing the last one of the day. So hopefully Miramar will work out for them. But as I was about to say earlier, moving into this match, this is going to be a great opportunity for a team like Falcons to try and get that winner chicken dinner, should everything align for them, because they are sitting on 61 points that they've been able to secure on the map of Miramar, all without a single winner chicken dinner. So it makes sense that Falcons should hopefully get themselves that chicken, right? RTG also another very strong contender, sitting on a grand total of 41 points, so only 20 points difference between them and the Falcons. But RTG, they've already been able to get that winner chicken dinner, so there is, you know, a little bit of something there. We also look on towards Sly as they return in the next match. But of course, here we go, jumping right down into the action to see where our teams are going to be heading down towards. Of course, Vision, also another very strong contender. This is going to be their last match of the day as well. So let's see, are they going to look to go out with a bit of a bang here? They've already gotten themselves a winner chicken dinner on Miramar. So let's see if they'll be able to replicate that. But of course, now as we look onto that flight path, it is leaning a little bit more towards the southwestern side. So not necessarily the most ideal position, the most ideal flight path, but we'll see what the teams are going to be able to do with it. Of course, we are going to be looking for that zone as well. Will we have a nice and complementary flight path? Or will it be a little bit of a spanner in the works? Well, we'll find out soon enough. If you want to give your predictions for it, drop it in the chat. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Of course, if you want to be as bold as to predict who you think is going to be taking this winner chicken dinner, do it now. Let me know, or wait until stage number 5. Alright, so the zone is going to be forming towards the east, almost centering up on Impala. And this is going to be a pretty exciting one, especially seeing that we could have the players there from Vision, again looking to push up in towards the Impala position itself. With Conqueror as well as ARB up behind them, but ARB are going to be making their way through Los Leones. And of course, a beautiful dispersion of teams towards that western end, but there is going to be a lot of traveling that needs to come through, especially for a team like the Gangsters, while taking a very distant position all the way up in towards Ruins, potentially even the trailer park. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of rotating on their end. Vision, they're doing the rotating right now, so they don't have to worry about that at a later stage, of course. Are going to be making their play up in towards Impala, very centered. And I don't think that they are going to be contested, at least not within this first initial phase. I mean, Triple, the other closest team to them, instead all the way down in towards Puerto. So who knows? Let's see what the teams are going to be bringing through. Right, so now it is a case of hurry up and wait as we wait to see what the teams are going to be doing. Of course, everyone now just going about the looting phase. So as I was saying before, Falcons, a very strong team when it comes to Miramar, but we are yet to see that winner chicken dinner come through. Triple, on the other hand, I mean, they've only been able to find themselves 12 points in total so far. So there's still a lot of room to bring in all the improvements that they can find. But even looking back at the Triple from the previous season, right, the performance that we had there, Miramar was definitely not one of their stronger maps. They were about the third team from the bottom with regards to the amount of total points secured from the map. So if they are looking to change that up coming into this season, I would really look forward to that. But I'm not necessarily expecting any major crazy things to come through. NIGMA, though, definitely one of the monsters, right? They secured themselves 223 points. Only 2 winner chicken dinners, but 223 points. 155 eliminations that they made on Miramar. So, really setting the bar exceptionally high in the previous season. Coming into this one, they've only found a grand total of 22 points, 12 of which have been eliminations. Yes, I know we've only had 5 Miramars, but still, I'm curious to see if we are going to have that insane NIGMA from the spring season. Twisted at this point, having a very similar kind of performance to that of NIGMA, points-wise. Twisted sitting on 18. 17 of which has been eliminations. They've only found 1 placement point. So that is a little bit odd, but you know, we're up for it, right? Open to surprises. So curious to see who's going to be the one to surprise us in this match. Of course, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. So let me know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the one to pick up this winner chicken dinner? Apparently, we are going to be looking at a Falcons winner chicken dinner with a San Martin zone prediction. Unfortunately, Moyes, as we can see, this is not the case. A little bit of a bumper car play coming through here. As Salam, ooh, has a beautiful setup. misses out on the opportunity to get that initiating shot on towards old Crypto there, but AZ instead does fall. So let's see, are the Falcons going to be able to clutch this out against the side of Twisted Minds? Evo Station coming in with a little bit of that suppressive fire. So both teams just taking a quick second here to just gather themselves before continuing onwards. And with that, it is going to be successful hit on towards Damar as the vehicle comes through. Never Alone now coming off the edge. Gotta watch out for Crypto though. Holding in that window. Evo Station on the opposite end. So this could be a little bit of a twisted sandwich coming through. Oh, down goes Never Alone. Salam just narrowly missing a very abrupt end. But this is quite the turnaround. Very unfortunate though. Especially for the Falcons. I mean, they were looking to maybe try and secure that winner chicken dinner. Their first one on Miramar. But doesn't look to be the case right yet. I mean, of course, they do have the last Miramar as well to work their way through. So, you know, not all hope is lost. But it ain't over until it's over, as Salam is still holding steady. Still look to make quite a bit of a stand here. Maybe going for, I won't necessarily say a push on towards Twisted, but definitely going to be looking for more defensive strategy at this point. Solidity gets sent up. Dammy holding the position just below the staircase. Oh, that nade. That nade is a little bit scary. Oh, Salam running into the spray. Evo Station coming through with a push. Oh, and there we go. Very unfortunate turn of events here for Falcons. Only finding that one elimination. But of course, that was at the expense of Twisted Minds. So Twisted now sitting on a very comfortable 4 elims to their name. Only a 3-piece left. Meanwhile, we look to see what Brute Force are going to be doing here. The chicken dinner winners, right? They got 7 chicken dinners back in the spring season on the Miramar map. So far, we are yet to see them kick into high gear. We've not yet had any of those performances. I mean, sure, yes, Brute Force already just kicking off the day with a phenomenal start. I mean, having a pretty aggressive run as we saw in those previous matches. But up to this point, GEEKAY is our top performing team of the day. So far, sitting on 35 points. 23 eliminations to their name. 12 placement points alongside that of Sly Machine. But Sly, they only have 16 eliminations instead of the 23. Ooh, NASR though. Gotta watch out. They could get traded. NASR been having a rather medium day. Right. Not overly aggressive. Not overly cautious. Just doing some NASR things here and there. But we are yet to see a few placement points find its way over on towards NASR. All their points so far today has only come off the back of eliminations. 12 is how many they've been able to secure so far. So let's see, maybe NASR could find a little bit more placement points along the way. ARB though, running into a bit of problems. And they were looking so good. Now about to lose Osama as they will get confirmed up. The rush comes through. W7 pushes in on towards RTG. Yakuza, unfortunately, will not make it beyond this point. What's up, Yaya? Thank you, Paulos. It's not tough, it's fun. Right? This is only day 3. We still have 15 days more to go. Woohoo! Oh, and of course, so much action here to keep us entertained as the players continue to push up. You can see R8 now pushing in onto with RTG. SK Ton, oh, getting caught with their hand on a nade. Does find a little bit of damage, but is that going to be enough for Prestige and Ida now having to seriously defend against the side of RT3? Or maybe go from defensive onto the offensive, as they need to try and get the jump here. You can see Kalaga lying in wait, getting ready to cook up a storm. But with the addition of Groza, Riva, and Rio, it is going to be a pretty tall order here. Ida now finds a bit of damage up in towards Rio. But is that going to suffice? Here's to see where Ragnarok is, though. I mean, you can see Ragnarok now just pulling in from the north. Good to have that extra bit of fortification coming through. You need all the numbers you can find at this point. Unfortunately for RTG, there's no one further north posing any immediate threat to them, so they can focus all their effort right here onto the side of RTG. But it is going to be still a very challenging play to make. You can see Rio getting ready to jump. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ragnarok finding Rosa, finding Rio. Hey, hey, hey. Up comes Riva. Down goes Riva. Now it turns to Kalaga. R8 about to potentially pull a rabbit out of a hat here as the molly finds its way onto Kalaga. It just goes flying out of the window. Yeah, it is going to be a very tough one now for Kalaga to survive. Getting hunted by 3 other players, and of course the addition of NASR not too far away. Could get quite exciting here, but here we go. Yep, that is it. R8 gain control of, well, these little compounds. Not that it means much at this point because it's not in zone, so they have to continue further down south. Speaking about south, we are going to be moving just a little bit to the eastern edge onto the players here from Brute Force. We are waiting to see pop off, right? Brute Force, I want to have that same kind of momentum from the spring season potentially making its way into this season. I mean, if it happens for them, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Then I can call them the Broody Fruities again, right? So far, we are waiting for them to have a very fruitful run. Meanwhile, it is going to be NASR taking a little bit of a 3-1 spread. You can see Xenox all the way back up in towards center zone, with the rest of the squad holding a little bit further on towards that northern edge. Hey, hey, hey. Ali just popping off a quick few hits there. Oh, but of course, you gotta watch out. You can't make too much noise. Seeing that we still have 13 teams and 48 now. 48 players still surviving. Of course, it is going to be Vision trying to take over Impala. I mean, well, not take over because that's essentially where they started, right? It's maybe the Gangsters that are going to be looking to bring in that upset. But here we go. The zone not doing any major shifts at this point. Twisted R8 could maybe get into a little bit of a thing up in towards that that northwestern side. IKURD holding on to a 2-2 split. Just to see how they're going to look to play out this position, with NIGMA also just held just up ahead of them. So there could be a little bit of a push coming through from IKURD. Oh, and that is exactly what is going to be happening here. As you can see, Ali, Malik, Aram and Co now just pushing forward. I believe that's Unknown. Yes, it is indeed Unknown coming through from IKURD. Meanwhile, R8 looking to get onto the edge of zone. Just moving away from that crater. So still a bit of elevation, still a bit of ridgeline coverage to try and utilize at this point. So let's see. Where's it gonna go? Ida just with a bit of a scope flex, showing us that they are really quick at pushing buttons to scope in and out. Meanwhile, Saif reminding Walsh that they are not as safe as they thought. Hey buddy, about to feel that nade come tickling at their heels. But instead it is going to be the blue zone, which is just as devastating. But of course the push as this scrum, gets the jump and down they go. Vision now backing up the gangsters, sending them out in 13th place. The final 12 teams now looking to show us what they've got as IKURD continues the push up on towards NIGMA. It is going to be Lord and Freak holding steady. Rauf and Koops already getting sent on their merry, merry way. Malik, you gotta watch out. Freak is not gonna let anything slide past them. Of course, a little bit of that suppressive fire coming through from the ARB champions as well. Smoker making quite a bit of noise. Aram now just trying to cook up the floor. I mean, why not? Might as well. Oh, that bounce. Is he going to find anything? No, finds nothing but air. And Freak now getting ready for the push. Gotta watch out though. Time that push to perfection. Oh, the nade instead though. Gets a bit of a U-turn. Alright, so we do have a slight standoff coming through here. IKURD, they do have Ali down on their knees. Brute Force are going to be losing 3 partners. The shots continue to fly on through. This scrim does secure the spray, but now it is going to be up to Freak. Pushing in on IKURD. Aram still just holding steadily on the corner of that building. Not going to be looking to overextend, but this is the opportunity for Lord maybe to play the upset here. Freak just needs to bait them into the right position. Meanwhile, it's going to be Malik now, who tried to go for the res, but unfortunately they will not get it accomplished. Not just yet, as the spray is there. But up goes Freak now looking for that final bit of a push. IKURD now in so much trouble, but Aram could maybe still clutch this one out. Not quite sure whether or not they are going to be able to pull it off, but let's find out as Malik gets confirmed. It is safe to say Aram is now all on their own. NIGMA though, climbing up onto 4 eliminations. The push comes through. The due diligence being done here by NIGMA, ensuring that they've got decent health bars before pushing into this engagement. But down goes Aram as Freak finds it, and that is going to be the end. NIGMA now having to reposition back into the safety of that zone. IKURD unfortunately getting sent out with only 1 elimination to their name. ARB also left with only 1 player. And so far, 1 elimination up. ONYX Ravens over on towards the eastern side. Going to be making a little bit more of a southern rotation. But you got to watch out. We can see NIGMA up ahead. ONYX still sitting with a full squad. So it could be quite a few options for them to play at this point. Moving into the bowl. That could be a nice bit of a position, at least for the time being, but you gotta watch out. Triple, yep, they can see all the way in. Now this is the opportunity for Triple to find a bit of a play, to try and improve their overall standings on the Miramar map. As I mentioned before, Triple only 12 points. 8 of which have been eliminations. Twisted now feeling that pressure as well. Oh, but it does spell quite a bit of disaster now. Oh, Crypto going to try and push it, but down they go. That is going to be the end of the road. Twisted getting sent out with 6 eliminations up. GEEKAY now trying to leverage the advantage here onto the side of R8. Looking to play the terrain. Trying to see if they can maybe get a bit of a jump here. ARB champions also going to be ending their run here, but up comes the push. ONYX Ravens now setting it up in towards Triple. Oh, the hits are in. Saleh is down. Vandar is down. Another hit finds its way in. ONYX down to only 1. Saad now has to decide. Will they try and bring their teammates back, or will they try and make that final push? Oh, well, neither will work. as the third-party play comes in. The upset has been delivered. ONYX Ravens getting sent out empty-handed. Vision with a beautiful third-party opportunity here. Already sitting on 6 elims. Ooh, spots out Freak, but you gotta watch out. If you can see Freak, Freak can see you. M24. Beautiful noise it makes. In the meanwhile, result now about to get raised up. Ooh, but it is such a dangerous position here. It might get knocked if they get spotted out. And knowing NIGMA, that could be a very, very probable play. Meanwhile, GEEKAY focusing their efforts onto the side here of R8. Right up Prestige, trying to hold on, but up comes Gates, gets the trade. One down, one more to go. Oh, it is going to be DBS's SFKs and shotties galore, but Prestige with the AKM clutches it out, and up comes Gates with a near effortless spray. Getting that was a mini 14, yes. A quick triple tap, and that is it. Brute Force, they're going toe-to-toe with the side here of Vision. Brute Force not finding any elims just yet. They can't really afford to let anything slide at this point. Currently with only 6 points that they've gotten off this map. The lowest out of any team so far. This is not the Brute Force we know. We need to see the spring season Brute Force spring into action. Oh, but TP is going to deny at least the play here for Ado to come through. It's up to Mir and Neos. Oh, up comes the heat. The spice, the flavor is there. TP is down. Volt now. Still holding steady. Vision still sitting on a 4-piece. With that molly. Could be the molly. Fortunately, it just pushes Volt a little bit further back, but Neo is not going to be stopping there. Looking to continue with the pressure. If they can keep Vision far enough away, they could either get the jump or get the rest of the squad back in the fight. Luzon is going to be forcing the hand. Up goes Mur again. Oh, the rush is there. The scrum is down. Neo is lighting it up. Now it is a 1v1. Oh, but Volt gets a bright spark moment. The hits are in, and that is Brute Force getting stripped out with not a single point to their name. A very unfortunate turn of events coming through on that one. Vision now trying to make a bit of a last-ditch play here. Volt almost getting blown up right there, taking so much damage. And Mud, a beautiful bit of an upset here as well. NASR down to an interesting spread. Spec Xenox holding on to, well, the one edge position. Starch all the way up towards the north. Curious to see what the plan is here. Whether or not they're going to try and maybe play on towards NIGMA. I mean, they don't exactly have a good line of sight onto anyone over on the western front, right? So GK Quest very casually just stroll up behind them. Well, especially now with Xenox being smacked up center zone, this could be a great play. But looking at a Mud, ooh, they could spot Volt. But Volt is just waiting for a Mud to do something. What's going to come through from this one? Ooh, you can see the head. Down they go. Yep, you can't look away at this point as Vision gets shipped out with 9 elims up. CONQUEROR reaching in as well. They might try to make the most here. Maybe find a bit of a play on towards Freak, but that vehicle explosion could really help them out at this point. Somehow, Freak and them avoid the explosion. I mean, that is some magic right there. Maybe it's that little bit of a ridge. Lord has been motionless for a little bit now. Maybe just resting their hands, seeing that they are pretty close to the zone. Meanwhile, Santa going to come flying up into the southern edge of zone. Pushing in on the side of CONQUEROR, Iraq. CONQUEROR, the only squad with a full team. Gaith now with a big carry for the team. Sitting with all the eliminations. So no pressure. Just to see if Santa's going to be able to find a little bit of something. But you can see NASR and here NASR up north. As we do say goodbye to Emad. That is going to be the end of the road of Triple Esports. NASR, NIGMA about to face off as well. As we see Gaith now reaching up into Reba. 1 down, 3 more to go. GEEKAY gets ready to cook up a storm. The jump shots flying in. Down goes the Tiger. Now, oh, crazy with a quick response onto Gaith. 2v2. What a beautiful spread coming through here from GEEKAY. As you can see, Santa now trying to get that flank in as well. So the 4 final teams in a 2v2 on either end. A 1v1, rather. One on the east, one on the west. GEEKAY and CONQUEROR trying to settle their differences. NASR and NIGMA going toe-to-toe. Freak now could be on the receiving end here. Xenox moves in. Oh, the hits are in though. Freak does fall. And now it's up to Lord to keep the hopes and dreams of NIGMA alive through the remainder of this match. Oh, absolute shoddy bombardment coming through there. Hope goes down in the meanwhile, but up comes the final push as Gaith now lets it loose, runs out of ammo. Are they going to be able to clutch this? Vehicle explosion does take down J9. And CONQUEROR being put on a heavy back foot as they are left with only one. It is going to be crazy to see whether or not CONQUEROR can make it out of this one. But you gotta watch out, right? If you get out of the reach of GEEKAY, NIGMA and NASR are gonna be hitting it up from behind. Up comes Xenox, Starch and Spec as they now push in. Down goes Starch. NASR potentially down to 2-piece, unless of course they can get that res in. But this nade could rain true right onto the side of GEEKAY as it does find a little bit of damage on towards Santa. Gaith and Santa now trying to get themselves patched up. NASR trying to push for that res, but the blue zone is going to force the hand here of Santa as they have to move forward. Nice bit of overwatch coming through from NASR. Down they go though. Santa getting traded. Crazy, not going to make any noise. Just keep quiet instead. Gaith now coming through with a push. They have to play their hands. Xenox with a beautiful overwatch suppressive play. Spec on the front line, but doesn't have a lot of that health bar left to work with. Crazy could clutch it out at this point. Gets ready for the push. Unfortunately, not making it through. Oh, and Spec gets the hit. Down they go. CONQUEROR Iraq getting sent out in 4th place, though. GEEKAY getting sent out in 3rd, but 7 elims up. Now it is going to be Lord, the only player standing between NASR and the winner chicken dinner. The push is there. Will Lord clutch this one out? Oh, not quite sure. Taking a little bit of damage. Up comes Spec. The focus is on Xenox, and down they go. NASR secures themselves the chicken. They get the victory. And they have it locked in. Amazing, amazing push coming through from the side of NASR. Very well-deserved winner chicken dinner on their end. Amazing, amazing play there for NASR. Gotta love it though. I mean, of course, we were waiting for NASR to pop off like they did just now. Amazing stuff to have it happen here. And of course, well, that was game number 4. We have yet another Miramar to come. But for NASR, this means quite a bit because this has now really moved them up with regards to the Miramar standings. It's now put them all the way up in towards that 10th place with their very first chicken dinner on the lovely Miramar. So well done to the side of NASR. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at a few of those stats as well, right? Taking a look at the match rankings to see exactly how many points all our respective teams were able to secure in this game. But of course, a phenomenal start there. NASR really doing what they needed to. Of course, you can't really fault Lord for what they tried. It was a 1v3. It can only go so many ways. But again, Lord not backing out of the fight, sticking around for as long as they can. And of course, trying their utmost to get as many sprays in as they possibly could. So, amazing job to them. Let's see what we have in the chat. Yeah, a lot of love coming out for NASR. I can't read the rest, but either which way, yes, amazing, amazing job. Of course, we are going to be jumping into those points now to see exactly how many points the teams got. It's going to be NASR and NIGMA sitting on a 14-pointer on either which side. GEEKAY then coming in on the rear there with 12 points, followed closely by Vision. And then, of course, CONQUEROR R8 also pretty close in contention with their points. Triple and Twisted also then sitting on 6 either side, but it is going to be up to the GANGSTERS in W7 to keep the business flowing over at the donut shop. So, unfortunate for them, but, you know, someone's got to take the plunge. Hopefully, we'll see W7 and GANGSTERS bounce back at a later stage. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at a few of the amazing plays that we had from this past match as Brute Force laid into the side of Vision, but Neos couldn't pull it off all the way. Of course, NIGMA also just being NIGMA, right? Just doing some phenomenal plays right there as well. But GEEKAY also proving to be quite a bit of a menace, as we saw with those 7 eliminations coming through. I mean, Vision definitely taking the lead with regards to aggression, right? Securing themselves 9 eliminations, even though they went out a little bit early. I mean, sure, they did make it up into the top 7, top 8, but not getting beyond that point. Some great shooting coming through here from the side of Gaith as well. But this is where it all went crumbling. NASR just having such a good approach to come and close up this last little bit. But I think the game changer at this point was, of course, the Overwatch coming through from NASR, right? That really allowed a lot of flexibility with regards to the position for NASR. And all of that being said, I mean, NASR did cause quite a bit of damage, but I mean, they weren't able to find as many eliminations out of that. Instead, the strongest conversion rate goes over to the side of Vision, who got themselves 9 elims out of 1,400 damage. But you got to give it to R8. 1,800. NIGMA very close to GEEKAY there as well. Both teams sitting on 1,600 damage. Absolutely insane performances. But of course, it is Miramar, a map that allows for some pretty steep damage bars to be collected. So that is our first Miramar of the day done and dusted. Got one more to go. It's also going to be our final match of the day. The only sad, unfortunate part is that Group A, they've concluded all the games, right? So they have now played all the matches that they can play for the day. So that is pretty much it for the ARB champions, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq, NASR, who went out with an absolute bang, as well as the players coming through from the side there of Vision. But I think for the side for Vision, also not a bad day. 11 points from this last match. And of course, as we now look onto our overall rankings, this is where we can see a few moves coming through. I mean, this last performance from Vision has awarded them 2 slots, so they've moved up now, up into 5th place. ARB champions also jumping all the way into that 7th position. So good push on their end. And now as we get ready to see what the second page holds, we also then see the players from Quest, right? Getting moved all the way down into 8th position. Meanwhile, Twisted, they've jumped up into 9th from 10th. And we also then have the players from NASR jumping up 3 slots all the way up into that 12th position. So well done to them. W7 not moving an inch, still holding on to that 16th place, which is fine. Of course, as we move down to the last little bit, Triple, they've also now climbed up into 17th. CONQUEROR following right on their heels up into 18th. But the GANGSTERS getting moved down all the way to 19th. Next X also no change with regards to their positioning on the leaderboard. But hopefully as we move into the final match of the day, we could see a little bit of something coming through, at least from their end, right? As we know, they are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. They are going to be joining the players from IKURD-E-SPORTS, as well as Quest, and of course, Sly Machine, to show us what they can bring into this last performance. So it's all going to boil down to the number 5 game to see who's going to be the top earning team of the day. So far, this phase has been absolutely crazy. But of course, speaking about crazy, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure not to go too far, because we'll be right back.
نعم بوش على طول، لكن الجانجستر يقول لهم لا هنا وبس، لا هنا وبس، هل الجانجستر وصل بول.
يستاف موجود هنا بدمج كبير، لكن كم وراجنار، لا 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 لا، لمن العودة، لمن العودة، لمن العودة، النصر 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 النصر.
هي فرصتكم من جي 7، وصلوا يا جي 7، عليه يا جي 7، لكن الفيجن الآن
يا ولد انت دبابة، انت ضايع. نصر سبورتس وعلى هذه المتعة، لا 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 ما تقوليش راح تخلص عليكم كيف. يا ولد يا ولد يا ولد يا سباك، لا 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 لا.
ورجعنا لكم أعزائي.
Well, there we go. There we have it. Of course, game number 4 now ticked off as well as we are getting ready to move into game number 5. And you know what? We are heading right back into Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. Falcons still holding on as the top performing team when it comes to the map of Miramar, sitting on a grand total of 62 points that they've been able to find across the past 6 Miramars. Vision Esports pulling into a very close second. They're sitting on 45 points, but of course they've got the winner chicken dinner with Falcons. They don't have anything. No chickens. Maybe we'll see a few of those Falcon chickens come through as we do have Falcons stepping out onto the battlefield yet again for the final match of the day. Hopefully consistency is there. I mean, as we know, Falcons in the first match, they went out very, very early on, not really making it, well, anywhere as for that point. So, yeah, I guess to see if that is going to be the case. They did, however, at least find themselves a few points for the day so far, sitting with 4 points, right? All of that coming through from eliminations. Seeing at what they did in the last one, also walking away with that 1 elimination in the last Miramar. So hopefully the next match is where we could see Falcons returning yet again, right? So they had a bit of an off opportunity now, getting a chance to just reset, come back even stronger, moving into this next match. So I guess to see if that is going to be the play that they'll be making at this stage. So I definitely think it is going to be safe to say that NASR won't necessarily be able to get the winner chicken dinner moving into this next game. Mainly because, well, they're not playing, so it'll make sense. And aside from Falcons being being our top performing team on the board when it comes to the performances in general over on the Miramar map, another strong team is also Vision. But as we know, Vision, they also concluded their last game for the day. So then the third option is going to be RTG, right? But speaking about options, well, we are going to be looking at all our options. And first up, the first option is going to be the flight path as well as that zone. So if you want to drop any predictions with regards to that, now would be the time to get them all in. Let us know. Let me know. What do you think the flight path is going to be bringing in? Too late now, because here's the flight path. We are going to be starting at Torre Ahumada, heading all the way straight down towards that far southern edge. A near perfectly vertical flight path. You'll see it now as we look onto the map. Look at that. I mean, it's like 2, maybe 3 pixels out from being absolutely vertical. So yeah, well placed flight path, but it is heavily towards the eastern side. So it is going to be quite restricting, especially for the teams that like the west a little bit more, right? So like Valle del Mar, Minas del Sur, Prison, Los Higos, El Pozo, Minas del Valle, Chumacera, La Driera, Monte Nuevo, big good place, right? Everything over towards that western side is going to be just extra little bit more challenging to reach in towards, especially like Ruins, Trailer Park as well. But ARB, they're not here, so they're not necessarily going to be rotating there. So that is open for the taking. But I'm curious to see if we are going to be having any potential hot drops come through. We do have Twisted as well as R8. Ooh. Right up there in towards San Martin. Ooh, but a nice, beautiful northern zone. Also then trickling on through. Well, this could be quite a bit of a play, especially seeing that we've got Brute Force there alongside R8 as well. Down south, we do have NIGMA, IKURD, ONYX, Ravens, as well as the players then coming through from Slime Machine. We got Triple, we got the players from KR, and a very wide spread from the side there of GEEKAY. RTG going to be sitting quite comfortably in that center position. Gangsters, though, are going to be pushing all the way up in towards Campo Militar. So it could be some time before we see them actually play in, but I'm curious to see if anyone's going to venture all the way down towards that Minas del Sur Los Egos prison kind of island. I don't think we're going to see that, but you never know. Of course, Brute Force now just working their way through Cigar, looking to get themselves ready and situated. Are they going to push further up north? Are they going to go a little bit to the east, the west? Where will they rotate? It does seem like the west, and I think they are going to be heading all the way back in towards Pozo. As we know, they like to get themselves situated up into a little bit of that El Pozo action. Meanwhile, Raouf up on the roof. Thanks for that one, Raouf. I've also always wanted to say Raouf on the roof. IKURD off in the distance. Not going to be doing much just yet. IKURD also getting packed up quite early on. So getting sent out without any... Well, they got one elimination the previous match. Let's see if they'll be able to improve it this time around. You get a shout out coming through for ARB in the chat. Moy saying good zone. Yes. I just hope we see a bit of our aces, right? I think I've only seen our aces happen once. So don't mind if I do. But of course, it's all going to come down to the RNG and the PUBG gods and as to what they decide is going to be happening right here. 20 seconds left on the clock before that blue zone is going to start its closure. IKURD still relatively close to the side of next, so we could see a little bit of something maybe happening there. That, of course, just north of the current position. We see the players here from the ONYX Ravens in. But that is the cue for the blue zone to do its thing, as it is going to start closing up. So teams need to quickly get themselves situated all the way back. IKURD now not going to be all too happy about giving up that church position. As we can see Aram just going about their business there. I mean, it is an absolutely phenomenal vantage point to play. Just not the zone, because unfortunately it is not within it just at the current moment. So they have to find another position to call home. W7 though venturing really close up into La Cobreria. Also maybe touching on a little bit of Oasis. So we'll see if anything is going to come through on that point. Twisted and Falcons though, they're pretty close. You can't see it right yet. But Twisted just over on towards that western side. So if Damar keeps on crashing into the dunes, they are going to find themselves in a little bit of a twisted disaster on the opposite end. Meanwhile, it is going to be triple all the way down to that Puerto Pareso position. Again, nothing out of the ordinary going through here for Triple Esports. Going about their loot business. Bandar has gone out, gotten the vehicle, so they can start their rotation. But now comes the question, how are they going to rotate? Are they going to go via Impala, La Bendita, pushing into the zone? Or are they going to go all the way up towards Al Azhar? Again, they've got many options as to how they could be rotating through, but of course, we'll have to wait to find out. In the meanwhile, we know where Crypto is going to be rotating, and that is right in line of sight of Falcons. But Crypto managing to play a little bit of Matrix here, dodging the shots all over the place, getting themselves situated up in towards water treatment. I mean, water treatment could be a good position within this current zone. Yes, it is very centralized, but the difficulty of water treatment is all the hills surrounding it, right? So unless you've got good overwatch and a really quick defense, it might prove to be quite a challenging position to defend. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Twisted are up for the challenge. But it is all then also going to depend on what the remaining teams are going to be doing. Will they be rotating in to try and contest for potential water treatment positioning? We don't know just yet. We'll have to wait. In the meanwhile, we do have GEEKAY now rotating up right behind R8, who are relatively close to water. But we could also potentially see them maybe pull a little bit more towards that western side. And that could also result in them just finding the players there from W7. What's up, Shawan? Shazawan. Is that how I say it? I don't really know, but I'm trying. But hi, welcome. If you're joining us on the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are very happy to have you here. Let us know in the chat who you are here to support. Who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out in this last match of day number 3? You still have a beautiful selection of teams to choose from. We've got 16 of them, so take your pick. Let me know. We've not yet had any player getting sent to the lobby. Everyone is still here. Everyone has essentially a full health bar. So there is going to be a lot that is about to hit as we are nearing the end. What's up, smiling director? Yeah, we are about 40 seconds out. 40 seconds, right? That is what we have. Well, it's obviously much less now, as the timers are going to be stopping. ONYX Ravens, though, and the side of the lovely Brute Force could be finding each other over on towards that El Pozo position. Meanwhile, Rio reaching in towards the lovely Quest side, as Al-Hajj is down. Easy, not going to have it that easy. You see Next and IKURD holding on that southwestern side. I mean, Monte Nuevo is very tempting, but, you know, it's blue zone, so, you know, you can't... Well, they're probably just trying to get their full on some blue juice before venturing up. Oh, look at that shift. Look at that shift. I mean, I think San Martin could be the most viable position at this point, maybe to try and push in towards, because you can still maybe get a bit of a position. But once GEEKAY and R8 really get themselves situated, it is going to be pretty tough. But it does seem like there is going to be a lot of focus being put on towards Hacienda del Patron, as KR and RTG are getting to light it up. Yeah, Easy might feel a little bit uneasy at some point, right? We'll find out soon. Here we go, though. It is going to be Groza. Trying to say hello to the side of KR-E-SPORTS. And some of the positions that we have here on Miramar kind of, to some extent, comes down to a first come, first serve, right? If you're the first one there and you are good at setting up a beautiful defensive angle, I mean, it becomes so challenging for any opposing teams then to breach that. But again, KR, it doesn't seem like they are too invested in really defending Hacienda del Patron. So they could be relinquishing some of the control of it, maybe focusing on a more southern positioning. Southerning, yes, that's the thing. RTG, in the meanwhile, moving in just east of that. R8 over to the west. GEEKAY coming in from the south. Ooh, KR, I hope you are ready for this. Smiling Director, if you call me DK, it's much easier. Less letters for you to type out. Caster takes 6, DK takes 2. It's easy, right? That's why I chose it. Not really, but sure. My prediction for who I think will be taking the winner chicken dinner, I'll give the same answer I've been giving every time I was asked this question. It's going to be one of these lovely 16 teams. It's definitely going to be one of them, right? We have a few teams that have a really high probability of potentially getting that winner chicken dinner. Who that will be, don't know just yet. But based on the statistics that we have, right, that we've seen come through from them, Falcons are the most aggressive team here. On Miramar, 62 total points, 39 eliminations. The closer we get to 39 eliminations is Vision with 31, but they're not here. So, you know, we'll take the next. That is going to be RTG. We're sitting on 29 elims, 44 total points, and a winner chicken dinner. You can add Slime Machine into that mix as well. So, probability-wise, it's going to be between the top 4 teams that we have here. Maybe the top 5 even, right? So that is W7, NIGMA, Sly, RTG, and Falcons. So if you want me to be specific, that's my kind of specific answer. In the meanwhile, we do see a little bit of something happening on that western edge with the Gangsters, ONYX, and IKURD. As the Gangsters lose their first player, Jafar can't do anything at this point now. It's all going to be up to Kevin. Hey, buddy. and their teammate, whose name I can't see for at this point in time. But meanwhile, let's look at what RTG are going to be doing over towards this eastern side of zone. They do have NIGMA rotating up. They've got Triple also pushing on through. I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance for Falcons to get it. Based on their current positioning, center zone down in the dip, they could have a bit of a tough run. Right, in the meanwhile, ONYX Ravens flying into IKURD. Lath now having to quickly play a serious game of hide and seek as they just jump out of windows left, right, and center. ONYX Ravens now taking control of the lower ground. Or the ground floor, rather, as Ali looks to move in. Malik, Aram trying to bounce back. Up comes the push. We do see a lot of the shotties coming through here yet again. Oh, but the shotty will not mean anything. Up against the AKM. Are now also changing into the AK. Looking to see if they can contest this position. ONYX Ravens still having a good opportunity here. Oh, but the hits continuing to fly. Come on, are you going to get the position now? Trying to turn the tables. Up comes the rush. Down goes Malik. This could still be in the bag for the ONYX Ravens. Oh, but Ali, though, with a DBS. That don't be silly. As Aram and Ali come through for the AA meeting. Pushing in, just letting loose. Oh, an AKM for the victory. As we do say goodbye to the side of IKURD. Brute Force also getting brutally ended. As they get sent back with only one elimination. So our first two squads at least walking away with a few points to their name. Yes, Falcons, they have lost a player, so that's why I said I don't necessarily think, based on the current positioning, that they are going to have a successful run, but I could be horribly wrong. I hope I am. Great shooting coming through here from A Buddy. I know it's a booty, but it says A Buddy on screen, and that's the name I'm sticking with. And let's see what the gangsters are going to be bringing in. It's going to be Walsh and A Buddy. But it's still a very difficult position to play, especially with all these ridge lines coming through. ONYX Ravens going to come knocking on the doors. Saleh and Lath comes rushing in. Come on. Oh, beautiful hit. 1 down, 2 down, and that is it. A Buddy getting all 3 elims so far for the gangsters. What a beautiful spray that was. Shotgun spray up close. So difficult to beat. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking on as Slime Machine are going to be rotating elsewhere. Not necessarily going to be pushing up in towards Hacienda del Patron. I mean, KR, they've got it under lockdown. Last game going to be chaos. Yes, 100%. Especially seeing that we've got 13 teams left. We're about to hit the 5th phase. It is going to be absolute carnage. Also a very challenging zone, position-wise. Right. Ooh. I mean, if you do have the setup in the zone, you are going to be absolutely blessed. If you don't, this is going to happen to you. Right. You are going to get rushed. And then, bra, bra, taka, taka. It is the end. Othman. Beautiful shooting there. Ooh, Adar. Unfortunately, not surviving that. But here we go. Slime Machine. A little bit hesitant with that rotation. Not moving out as quickly as I thought initially they would be. And of course, this allows now for the side of KR to reach in. Just bring the upset. Styzex. Ooh, having to push through. But fortunately, Ragnar comes through with a bit of a saving play for Slime Machine, though. Locking that third-party angle. GEEKAY now gatekeeping the southern edge of zone. So neither Sly nor the players here from KR are going to have an easy rotation. Because, I mean, they might evade GEEKAY potentially. But then it's going to be next. X on the one side. Gangsters and RTG on the other side. Or Quest, rather. So a pretty tough call to make. Amazing shooting coming through here from Santa yet again. Getting 2 for 2 so far. Attacker now going to be the final contender left from the side of Slime Machine. At least from what we can see right there. But Attacker has a bit of reinforcement coming in behind them. Oh, there we go. The shots are on the money, though. Oh. Yeah, 13 and Attacker, they are going to have an exceptionally tough time, especially now with Attacker down. 13 has very limited options at this point, but they're going to try and make the most of it. Oh, yeah, wheelie, that's what you have to do to get yourself back into safety. But of course, 13 still has such a long way to go. The zone just holding up ahead of them. They are going to be tanking that blue zone T. You can see them trying to heal themselves up. Oh, beautiful hits there from Triple. Smarty Director, I'm going to let that question slide to someone in the chat. So guys, if you want to answer the question, you can see in the chat, be my guest, answer it up. Meanwhile, I'll be looking on to GEEKAY here as they go about their business as we load in all the action. Slime Machine meeting there and there with one Elam up. Oops, though, does find AZ. Raouf coming through with a bit of a spray as well. The pressure now starting to mount as Dami starts riding the ridges. Krups is down. Oh, this could spell quite a bit of disastrous play now. NIGMA, twisted, going toe for toe. Toe to toe as the trades come in. Oh, Raouf is down, is up to Lord. Yeah, there it is. Evo Station seals it up and closes it through. I mean, good play on Twisted. Locking in there 4 eliminations. Very unfortunate for NIGMA though. Also getting sent out with 4. Quest now yet to push in. Kante setting up a bit of an anchor point. Hassan now flying up the hill. Giving Kalaga a little bit of a target practice there. But up comes the push. The nade now getting cooked. Will it find its point? Will it hit its mark? What's up, Eagle? Santa now about to get hit. But Hassan instead taking quite a bit of damage here. KR. An interesting position. I mean, somehow, some miraculous way, the Falcons are still alive. Holding down in that ditch, but of course they are going to get potentially pushed on now as Twisted make their play. We could see a few sprays heading in that direction. Quest trying to play this one very, very calculated. Again, not looking to overextend at any point. Oh, oh, the lead barrier being upheld here by the side of KR, assisted, of course, by the side of NextX and GEEKAY, making it exceptionally tough. KR now to push through. Having to settle for a bit of a bold position here. Up comes RTG. But the plays aren't done just yet. Kalaga going to be looking to find the next spot to move into. Besikta coming through with a quick response. Plays can still go either way. KR holding steady. RTG knocking on the door, but Kalaga getting held on the offside. Oh, beautiful hit coming through. Hope explodes the vehicle. KR now trying to make up a bit of ground here. Still with only 2 players left. Hassan having to patch themselves up. Oh, yep, down they go. Vigors are being put in a very uncomfortable position. Of course, it is going to be a very tough one. As you can see, so many players in the vicinity looking to constrict all the plays here. Next, focusing their efforts down on towards the side of GEEKAY. GEEKAY instead focusing over on towards KR and RTG. But next, could maybe just shift that focus, getting themselves positioned in that zone. GEEKAY now also trying to make the most, but unfortunately things not exactly working out the way they hoped. few hits connecting towards the side of GEEKAY there. Ragnar, Santa. Santa. I don't know why I said Santa, but it's the same thing, right? Santa, Santa, same name. Hope, Gaze, keeping it nice and quiet. Really having to regather their thoughts here. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I don't think Hey Buddy is here with us anymore. I can't see them on the map at the moment. Maybe they'll surprise us from somewhere. But here we go. Ooh, Riva trying to make that push. And Sansa coming through with a tappity tap tap tap. The hits connecting in as Riva goes down. Rio and Groza, narrowly escaping a similar fate to their teammate. But of course, they pull in right alongside the players here from KR. Nicely done, Hassan. Rio coming through for the clutch. No! Falcons winging it in. Playing the upset, Rio. Now down on the last little stretch or something. Falcons now looking to play upset. Rio with a beautiful jump shot. Gets the first, Pablo the next. Will they get it? Yes, indeed. It is Rio closing it up. Falcons getting their wings clipped. Out they go. 8th place it is. GEEKAY still holding steady, but now taking up a much larger spread. We got Othman, Dexter, and the rest of NEXX also holding in the distance. Up comes the push. This could be the play for NEXX. They get a potential angle. Down goes Ragnar, taking a very big amount of damage though. Othman, gotta watch out. Someone sneezes over on Sanhok. Yep, that's gonna be the end. And down goes Othman. Dexter, the last hope left for the side of NEXX. Meanwhile, Rio absolutely pumping on adrenaline. Does find Gaith. Now, they still need to find Santa. Rio already sitting on 4 eliminations. We gotta watch out for R8. Playing a bit of that advantage angle now. They do find Dexter. Nawaf now having to try and just get out of harm's way. But you can't move too far. Santa's gonna find you. Deliver all those goodies. Ida, good position up on the hill. R8 could definitely lock this one down. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got the position to utilize. All they got to do now is just maintain. Like the setup coming through here from R8. Looking to fully utilize the elevation that they've got. W7 also still holding very steady with the full squad. But up comes the push. The sprays are there. The angles are in. Gangsters pushing through. Hey, buddy, trying to take the plunge. Sending right into R8. But Kevin and Walsh is down. Now it's going to come down to the shoulders here of A Buddy to carry the hopes and dreams for the team. Quick finish there from Ida as the rest of R8 now descends down upon them. A Buddy having nowhere left to move, and down they go. The only option is the lobby. W7 still looking pretty strong with a full squad. Crypto out in the open. But Rio says goodnight to them. Punches that ticket and off they go. Santa now coming in for a little bit of action here on towards R8. Ida on the defensive. Santa now opting push over the wall, but that animation could mean the end of them. SK Ton closes it up and stops it right there. GEEKAY out in 4th. Now it is going to be between R8, W7, and RTG. Let's see who's going to clutch it. Will we see Rio just come out of nowhere to maybe clutch this one out. I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough one going up against the full squad of W7. But that is the only option that Rio has at this point. Oh, it makes the most sense to push in that direction. I mean, climbing the hill is going to expose them 100%. But hopefully, R8 could bring in a little bit of a helping hand, looking to alleviate some of that pressure. RTG, down they go. Third place it is. So now it turns into a numbers game. W7, R8. We've seen some success come through from W7. They have gotten themselves that winner chicken dinner just on date number 2. Right here on the Miramar map. But is that going to be enough though? Will that translate into success for them? As they move up with a full squad, trying to get the angles, trying to get the plays on towards R8. It is going to be SK taking quite a bit of damage here. Ida is down, so it is kind of reliant on prestige. But SK managing to get themselves patched up. And now they got to defend. They've already taken down the side of GEEKAY. Came knocking on the door. So prestige is now amped and ready to roll. Shotguns aren't easy to use. If you give it to me, I miss almost all my targets. So I would not necessarily agree with that point. But either which way, it is going to be a 3v4. 114 points already for the side of GEEKAY. Amazing, amazing play that they've brought in so far. But unfortunately, their run has ended for today. We are going to be looking to see who will be picking up this final chicken. All shotguns, yes. Ah! That'd be quite funny. But now let's see who's going to take this, right? Give your predictions, give your calls. Is it going to be W7? Is it going to be R8? W7 have the numbers advantage. Thanks, Moyes. Have a good evening. We've got the numbers. They've had a winner chicken dinner before. But it's all going to come down to this final push. Ooh, both these teams sitting with very similar statistics for this map. W7 now getting reduced down to a 2-piece, still a full 3-piece on the side of R8. It's up to Hero who gets the spray. You can hear the push coming in. It is going to be Molly's utility all over the place. It's reliant now on Ida and Prestige to try and clutch this one up. But Hero now trying to stay true to their name. Ida, it's going to be a very tough one to go up against. Prestige as well. The nade in the window. Oh! There we go. R8 gets the win on this one. Beautiful performance. Winner chicken dinner. An easy lob to get that play confirmed on down. And what a one it was. R8 just rising up and getting themselves a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. I mean, that is what you gotta love, right? I mean, looking at the performances that we've had come through from previous seasons, right? It is so exciting, so interesting to see how stuff keeps on changing, right? R8 last season, they were sitting in the bottom half of the teams, right? With regards to performance on Miramar. This season, you can see quite a bit of a change up. I mean, they are sitting in the top 3 of the top 3 performing teams that we have currently on the map of Miramar. Yes, I know we've only looked at 7 out of the 30 Miramars that we have in the league stage, but still, an exceptionally impressive performance coming through from the side there of RTG. I mean, we've had so many upsets. We've had teams just on day number 2 securing their first winner chicken dinners on Erangel or Miramar, right, for their very first time in this year. So already so much has changed across the board as the teams really look to become so much more dynamic, bringing in all the adjustments they can find. So again, that of course results in so much excitement coming through from our teams here. R8 doing a phenomenal job on this one. Falcons having a very tough run today when it came to Miramar. Not exactly having the best results, but, you know, there's always the next few days to see whether or not the Falcons can look to replicate and maybe improve on their overall performances. I mean, this time around, as we'll take a look at the leaderboards and, of course, the match rankings, we will see that things are looking quite interesting, though. R8 coming through with 11 eliminations, putting them on a grand total of 21. RTG and GEEKAY coming through with 6. Twisted Minds also picking up 6. But as we move on to that second page, we can see the Falcons only picking up 4 points in total. NIGMA also then with 4, but all of which came through from their eliminations. The ONYX Ravens, we did see them occupying that 8th position with 5 elims, but IKURD-E-SPORTS, the first team to get backed up and shipped out and sent back empty-handed. But you got to commend the efforts here from W7, a really strong effort being put in to try and secure themselves that successful play. I mean, Hero just being such a nuisance at this point, right? But you got to give it up to that nade from Prestige. This nade right here. Bam! Wow. Absolutely amazing. R8 causing 2100 damage. I mean, 7 short of 2200, of course. A very healthy dose of eliminations coming out of that. Twisted Minds, though, picking up the strongest conversion rate with them finding 6 eliminations out of 1161. So a really good turnaround coming through on there. And you got to commend the players there from NextX, of course. Also 3 damage points short from 1300 and finding themselves 5 eliminations in total. KR also doing a lot of hard work. A lot of shooting, same for GEEKAY. But again, the conversion rates looks a little bit different on either end of the scale. But again, a very satisfying and very happy Miramar coming through as the teams kept on, right? Keeping the pressure up as best they possibly could. But of course, aside from that, we also need to take a look and see who our MVP is. So if you want to give the prediction for MVP before I see it, drop it in the chat. Let me know as quick fast as you can. Who do you think is going to be the contender for today? Who do you think is the one that stole the show? Of course, we are going to be hopping into, well, the replays, the head-to-heads, all the other lovely graphics that we are going to be looking at. But we know the MVP is going to be coming up as well. So I'll give you a bit of time to do that. In the meanwhile, we'll remind you of who got our winner chicken dinners today. First up, it was Twisted Minds over on the lovely Sanhok. Then we followed it up by Slime Machine on game number 2. Of course, followed by Quest for match number 3. 4 went over to the side of NASR. And R8 getting the most aggressive winner chicken dinner, right? The most damage dealt. Of course, Twisted getting the biggest chicken with 12 eliminations in that very first match of the day. Of course, back in that first match as well, I was saying that Brute Force needs to get themselves a few points when it comes to the map of Twisted. They went over and above and just excelled exceptionally well, locking in, I believe that was 13 eliminations all the way back in match 1, right? So phenomenal plays coming through here as the teams keep on looking to push the envelope as best they can. So amazing job being done right there. But of course, give your predictions, right? Time is running out. If you have any inkling as to who you think is going to be the MVP of the day, now would be the time to tell me, because we are going to be heading straight up in towards that. So yeah, if you know, I think we are going to be taking a look at the overall rankings as well. And we already did, didn't we? I believe we did. Right. Either which way. No, I remember that from in the game. But either which way, we are going to be taking a look at that as well. We do have quite a few moves happening on the overall rankings. Nothing really drastic. Just slight little bit adjustments, you know, as a result of this last match. A few teams also just pretty much keeping stationary, not making any moves. But of course, with regards to our MVP, aside from me, I can't take the MVP award. It is going to go over to Gaith from GEEKAY, finding nearly 2,500 damage, 13 eliminations, and surviving for 22.5 minutes on average. No, that's in total, right? Well done, well played. Very strong play coming through there from the side of GEEKAY. Let's take a look and see how Gaith actually got themselves into that position. I mean, GEEKAY also being our top point earner of the day, followed by Twisted Minds and, of course, well, R8, based on this last match. So this last game, in which we saw R8 securing themselves 21 points, that ramped up their total points of the day all the way up onto 35. Right, so that means before that they were sitting on, well, only 14 points. So, you know, the improvement in one single match is right there on the money, but GEEKAY just doing so much work, sitting with the most eliminations and the most placement points that we've seen. And again, not a single winner chicken dinner to their name, at least not today, right? But GEEKAY sitting with 2 chicken dinners in total for a grand total of 114 points, leading the charge with regards to placement points and, of course, eliminations, but only by 1 when it comes to eliminations, just 1 ahead of R8. But a beautiful jump there from R8, jumping up 2 slots all the way into that 2nd position. RTG also jumping into 5th, moving up from 6th, and Twisted Minds moving all the way from 9th place up into 7th position. Quest, they haven't moved at all. Right, they still hold on to that 8th position. But of course, Twisted, they swapped places with the ARB champions, who we'll see on that 2nd page, sitting in the 9th position. As we move on into that as well, KR, NIGMA, NASR, ONYX also still locked into their current positioning. W7, though, going to be moving up 2 positions up into 14th. We also then have Brute Force and IKURD moving down 2 as a result of that shift. Then, of course, as we move on to that last little stretch, the last little bit, we are going to be seeing then the players there from the GANGSTERS, Triple, Conqueror, as well as Next X. So GANGSTERS, they've also now climbed up 2 slots yet again, all the in towards that 17th position. So you got to appreciate all the shifts coming through, right? GANGSTERS moving from 19th to 17th. So good little jump there. Of course, Next X closing the gap slowly but steadily on towards Conqueror Iraq as well. So I believe tomorrow could potentially be a big day, at least for the side of Next X, as we could see them maybe catching up to Conqueror Iraq and potentially, hopefully even, surpassing them. But it is going to take a lot of focus and determination, which we know they have, because otherwise, why would they be in PMPL, right? They wouldn't have been able to make it to this point. So I'm curious to see that potential play then really coming into fruition for the team of Next X. But of course, tomorrow is going to be a lot to look forward to, as tomorrow we are going to be moving into our Erangel heavy day. We are going to be having a triple dose of Erangel tomorrow with only 1 Miramar and only 1 Sanhok. So there is going to be a great opportunity. Now, what is quite exciting about this is that we have a few strong performers when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? Slime Machine, the strongest team so far with regards to the total points earned on the map, sitting on a grand total of 45 points. The ARB champions, our most aggressive team, though, coming through with 29 eliminations. And, of course, followed very closely then coming through with the players from Quest-E-SPORTS. So those are our top 3 teams. If we drop down 2 points, we get to where the players from GEEKAY-E-SPORTS find themselves. That, of course, based on the amount of points that they've brought across the board over these previous few Erangels that they've played in. So tomorrow being a heavy Erangel day is going to allow a lot of changes to come through, especially for the teams that are quite in favor of Erangel. This will be that opportunity to try and improve their points, improve their positioning, and solidify themselves with regards to the overall standings. So be sure not to miss out tomorrow, right? It is going to be a very jam-packed action day. Of course, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. With all the PUBG Mobile action that the Arabia region can bring in just 5 short matches. But be sure to join us back again for all of that, and we really look forward to having all of you back again as we continue with day number 4. So until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and see you all back again later. Let's enjoy a few of the highlights, a few amazing plays that we had coming through for this another exciting day number 3. Of course, well, just waiting for the replays to pop in, and they will go, and then I'll stop talking, and I'll see you all again later. Until then, well, there's only one thing that's left for me to do. I need to push one more button. So with that, it does seem like the Arabia casters are signing off, so that is going to be our cue as well. But yes, amazing day. Thank you so much for everyone for being here. You guys are absolute legends. I appreciate the heck out of all of you. Right, if you made it this far, thank you so much. But there we go. All right. I believe that is going to be it. So stay safe, guys. See you later.
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I'm trying to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speaking of loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is not within. Look at the way that I do my us all to the top. We will fit it, we will